Alright guys, and we are back live here. I don't know, man. Stupid thing, it glitched and now it kind of froze, so it turned off the stream. But now we are back, guys, and I ask that every single one of you guys that joins hit that like button, or else I'm really gonna be disappointed, guys. Every time you guys don't click the like button, it starts to freeze up. So hit that like button, guys. It helps us out a lot. And again, hopefully everything is gonna work. But again, hit the like button. Show us your support right now. And if you want to do us a favor here, share this. Let everybody know that we are back live. So share this on your Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Share this every single place you can go to. Moonshot XRP says, welcome back. Thank you so much, Moonshot. Thank you, Moonshot. Guys, share this to everybody. Let them know we're back live again. I'm really sad about these, terrible technical issues that just, for some reason, keep on appearing, keep on ruining it for everybody. So if you guys could really like the stream and share it so that everybody knows that we are back live again, and so hopefully everything works again, be greatly appreciated. But again, guys, we're gonna put up a poll once more. DC101 says, welcome back. Welcome back, DC. Welcome back, DC. Guys, everybody hit the like button. Let's get this working again so that hopefully you don't have this issue. And just make sure you do click the like button. Make sure you do, share this stream. Let everybody know that we're back. Oh, are these sirens? Maybe car sirens. They sound like something. Guys, look. What do you guys think this noise is right there? There's some type of siren or something. Could be a car siren. I think it is. Alright guys, so we are live right here for you guys, of course, streaming to you guys exactly what's going on as it happens. But we are going to go back to our main question, and I'm going to put a poll, guys. Do you think this Russian invasion is going to trigger World War III? Do you think this Russian invasion is going to trigger World War III? A lot of people have said that they believe World War III is going to happen because of this, invasion. Because of this invasion, they think Russia is going to go ahead and try and take over not just, Ukraine. They're going to take Ukraine, and then they're going to shift into NATO countries. And that's going to really trigger World War III. They also fear that, Russia might try and nuke a country to try and finish the battle off faster. So maybe they try and nuke Ukraine, or maybe if they capture Ukraine, then if they want to capture Poland, then they're just going to nuke Poland and then go in with their troops and try and take it over, after nuking it, after destroying it completely. And that's what might trigger World War III. There's a lot of people that say World War III is going to happen, because of this war. Do you think that World War III is actually going to happen because of this war? Or do you think that's just, speculation? People don't know what they're talking about and they're just making up stuff. What do you think? Again, there's been, both sides basically come on and say World War III is coming. And then other people that have said, no, there's no way it's happening. So we wanted to get your opinion on that. DC says, sad. Ukraine doesn't have mean to win. Guys, 5 likes. There's 20 of you guys in. Only 5 likes. Hit the like button. Show us that you do support the channel. Show us. We just want like 10 likes. So if 5 of you guys hit the like button, that's it. We've reached our goal and it's done here. So just hit the like button, guys. 5 of you, only 5 of you hit the like button. That's it. Literally only 5. So hit the like button, guys. Let's hit that. Let's keep this goal going. Let's keep this stream going. DC says, didn't U.S. Senator order Biden to give Ukraine A-10 and Apache? But the issue is, like, you give them a weapon and they don't know how to use it. Does it really, benefit them? The worry I think that the U.S. is now scared of is that, maybe they send these weapons and the Russians take them. And now the Russians know, a lot of these weapons and can now build either, a defense system against the U.S. weapons, or maybe, use it to build their own. Moonshot said, Ukraine people have a big heart and they are strong. Let's hope it gets settled before more people die. Spiritual Fuzz says, there's no chat reply in your other stream. I can't remember what I said and wanted to see. DC says, we will see what happened. 300 Spartans in the end. You never know. But guys, let's hear what you guys think. Everybody. What is that? What is that? What is that noise? What is that noise? Let me know. Do you guys hear that? Or is it just me? There's a noise. What the heck? What is that? But guys, again, there we go. If anybody would like to hop on into the voice, and I really, really want to get your thoughts on this, something I would be more than happy to hear what you have to think. In lounge voice chat, guys. I want to hear from some of you guys. Let me know, why you believe World War III is not going to happen, or why you believe it's going to happen. This has been a topic that everybody's kind of, debating. It's been an intensely debated topic, and it's because everybody has a different viewpoint, and everybody's, some people are saying that it's World War III. That's it. It's the end of times. Get ready. Somebody's going to get nuked. We're all done. The only people that are going to survive are the elites. And then you're going to have other people that are, saying, that are saying that, no, these people are delusional. No World War III is going to happen. Spiritual says music, an anthem. Spiritual says, oh yeah, that was it. I'd love to join this, but too early for me. Family still asleep. DC101 says, within 2 weeks we will see this war be over and Russia win. DC, do you think this war will be over? Do you think it will ever be over, actually? Or is it just going to be, maybe it's going to be a war, but it's just not going to be, the war we are. And maybe it's going to be like a guerrilla-style war. It's going to the war is still going to exist, but, it's going to be a different style. Or do you think, no, it's going to be done. That's it. Russia's going to conquer it. Everybody's going to kind of be quiet, and that's it. That's the end of the war. And what do you think Russia's going to do? Do you think they're going to instill or try to put in Ukraine a puppet government? Or do you think that, what do you think? What are your thoughts on that? Again, this has been a topic that, again, a lot of people have different opinions on, so we would love to hear your opinion on this one. Spiritual says no one will let Russia win. This war will be long win. Will be long win. DC says yes. Ukraine will split in half. East Ukraine and West Ukraine, like Germany. Do you think though, so you think there's going to be a public government or not? Guys, if you guys want to participate, I'd be more than happy in bringing you guys into a voice chat. And maybe we can get some type of discussion going on. All you have to do is literally join the lounge, and we'll hear what you have to say about that for sure. So let us know, guys. Let us know. Join the audio. Let us know why or why not you believe World War III is going to happen. It is so late right now. DC says East Ukraine will be by Russia. Spiritual says no one will let Russia win this war. This war will be long. So, but DC, do you think Russia's going to allow that to even happen? Do you think, again, Russia has made it clear that they will not let anybody run the country except them. Do you think they're going to allow there to be, 2 Ukraines? Or are they going to just, again, they want all of Ukraine. So maybe they continue and they try and invade it once again. And that's, they take over the other part of Ukraine. Because I think Russia has made it clear that they do not accept any part of Ukraine being captured by, the U.S. They want Ukraine to themselves and only to them. I don't think they want to split Ukraine, kind of like Germany. But yeah, guys, make sure you hit the like button, guys. We're at 12 likes. If we can just hit 20, so only like 8 of you guys hit the like button. There's more than enough of you to hit the like button, to get 8 likes. So everybody do your part. Hit that like button. Extremely simple. Just click the like button. Subscribe. Show your support here. Make us reach 15 likes. So like 3 more likes. Do that for us, please. But guys, again, if you want to visually, or verbally, explain, feel free to join the Discord. The link is down below. The Doghouse says we have not been on today. Had no idea they had intensified. Yeah, they definitely intensified. They have severely intensified, actually. There has been a residential building that's been hit in Kiev, actually, with multiple dead and multiple wounded. So things are really taking a more serious turn on this case. And Russia has made it clear that they do not care, whether there's casualties or not. They have a goal in mind, and they're going to achieve that goal. Spiritual Fuzz says, I feel like they'll keep the east side and the west side of Ukraine past the river. Will be no man's land and have a barrier between NATO and Russia. See, this is what a lot of people are saying, that, maybe Russia says, if they feel like they've kind of given up hope on Ukraine and they feel like we're not going to be able to conquer it because the guerrilla warfare is going to kind of destroy us, what they might do is they might carpet bomb the heck out of Ukraine. Basically turn it into no man's land. Monitor it so that nobody's moving, and it will be like a buffer zone between Russia and NATO. But again, the casualties that would come as of doing that would be crazy. Just crazy. But again, guys, we are, 5 likes away from 20 likes. Do your part, please. Hit the like button. Again, we need to get these likes up so that YouTube can really help us out here. Otherwise, YouTube is a disappointment. A big disappointment, actually. Craig says, it's Russia don't want Ukraine in NATO because they don't want NATO on their border. NATO bases in Ukraine. DC says, different news like Republic Time, India Time. RT said it's Ukraine holding and killing civilians who are fleeing. See, at the end of the day, again, it's hard because both sides are giving two stories. Right? Both sides are giving two different stories. Both sides are going to be a bit biased. Everybody wants to show their side as the good side. So it's hard, and this is why I'm even doing this. I'm showing you guys this is freelance, news. So I'm just showing you guys, and everybody kind of makes their own conclusion because we don't want to put in, any bias. We want you guys to make your, see it, and then you kind of make the claim whether you think it's which side is good and which side is bad. Again, we don't want to, interfere with that. We don't want to put any bias. We're just showing you guys the content, and everybody kind of comes up with their own conclusion. Guys, we're 1 like away from 20 likes. Hit the like button. Literally hit the like button. What is that sound? You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when they were air sirens they were bombarding. It reminds me of when they were bombarding, right? So this was the same audio. The one that they were saying, everybody go to these go to the bomb shelters. All of that. That's what that reminds me of. Crazy. Spiritual says, yeah, I was about to say, sounds like a siren broadcast. Yeah, that's why I want to listen to it. And I wouldn't be shocked, honestly, after the severe bombardments that happened throughout the night. Wouldn't be shocked. And we did get a guy that was from Russia, or from Kiev, that said, he expects in the next 24 hours, Kiev will be taken over and fully invaded. That's how close. Plus, he said the convoy was now driving towards Kiev after, being able to resupply their fuel. So he said that, this 12 hours is really going to be the 12 hours that, it's going to be taken. That Kiev is going to be taken. And this is the guy that's in Kiev that's saying this. A guy in Kiev, guys, has said that he believes in the next 24 hours, Kiev will be taken over by Russian troops. And again, it's crazy, especially when you're coming from a guy that's living it, right? Coming up from a guy that's fighting, that's in Kiev, that sees it as it happens. He's saying that in the next 24 hours, he knows it's going to happen, that Kiev is done. And Kiev is taken over. Finally, guys, our bottom left camera's working. It's working. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my god, now what? Now the bottom is working again. So it's doing a bit of a glitch here where it's going a bit on and off. Hopefully now it's done. But guys, let's get anybody want to hop on in the audio? Kiev will be falling in the next, DC 101 says Kiev will be falling in the next week. Yo, DC, DC. The guy, I think his name was Josh. Joshua says he's in Kiev right now. He says he believes in the next 24 hours that Kiev is gonna be done. Spiritual says 14 hours later. Oh my God! I know, right? It's back. It's back. Guys, there are some breaking news that we have for every single person in this stream. A person in Kiev right now let us know that he believes in the next 24 hours, Kiev is going to be taken over by Russian troops. By the way, guys, everybody that's in the stream, we're like 2 likes away from 20. Everybody hit the like button right now. Hit it right now. Welcome. How you doing, Akash? Akash, you with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Great.
Perfect. Akash, do you think, again, we're asking this to everybody, do you think World War III will happen because of this war?
100%. If you look back at the World War II, you find out that it started at 1938. So the roots go back 3-4 years before 1938, and then eventually it became a grand war in 1944. Similarly, I always say to people, my friends, including you, everyone that is around me, that this is the beginning. It always starts from a small fire, and that fire has begun. It's a start.
Again, we've got both points here that I know I've heard two sides. Why do you think it's going to happen?
Well, I think it has just begun. I always believe that two big powers are bound to collide. USA is huge power. So has been Russia, one of the largest country on planet Earth. And then it has one of the largest number of nukes. What's the purpose for? Of course, everyone wants to lead. Everyone wants to be the first. And Russia doesn't think that they should not lead. They always believed. I have been to Moscow. I have been to Russia. My ex was a Russian, and I know those people. They don't lack in anything, and they always believe that they should be leading the world.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to do right now. There's a collective conscience that operates within a that is too.
You hear me? So, I don't know if you guys heard what Akash is saying. He's saying, two world powers, you know, both trying to get one goal. They're bound to collide. They're bound to collide together because they both are fighting for the same thing. They both want the same thing. They're both two world powers. So they're bound to collide. And they're bound to go ahead and really try and get both fight for the same thing. They're bound to meet together and bump heads. I'm about to go ahead and put a poll here as well. Just to see. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Akash. So, what do you think is going to trigger it? Do you think maybe what it's going to start? How do you think this World War III is going to start? Do you think maybe Russia might decide to nuke Ukraine and
Well,
that's what
Mr.
triggers
Geek,
World War III, or do you think they're going to try and take over Poland and that's what's going to trigger?
yes, yes. So it's this is a very good question, and the answer to this question is that once Russia will be able to conquer Ukraine, there will be a rush of blood, a collective rush of blood amongst the people who are ruling Russia right now. And once they get the confidence, once they conquer Ukraine, once they feel like they are strengthening geographically and the NATO was not able to stop them. Nothing stopped them. See, the sanctions that could have been put on Russia have been already brought on them. Their economy has crashed. So
Mhm.
now, from this point, there is nothing worse that they can experience. All they have to do is now regain their glory because they're already broke. Apple is gone, Starbucks is gone, Coke is gone,
Mhm.
McDonald's is gone, Visa card, MasterCard. You have stopped everything on them. Now, what is there that should stop them once they conquer Ukraine? Why should they stay back? You have already deprived them of everything on international forum. So now the only way for them to resurrect themselves on a global level will be to further consolidate themselves and bring back the Soviet glory so that they no more have to feel the pain of getting deprived from all these things that I just named. And I believe the only way that they can provide reassurance to Russians that we are gonna fight those sanctions is this way.
Mhm. So I'm just gonna clarify for everybody what Akash says. So like Akash has said that you've already kind of deprived Russia. You've already kind of got them in trouble. You've sanctioned them. In their opinion, they feel like they've already lost everything. They're broke now. They don't have money. You've deprived them of Tim Hortons or Starbucks or
Yes,
um,
McDonald's,
yeah,
Coke.
basically everything. Right? They've sanctioned
Yep.
McDonald's, Burger King. They've lost everything. So in their opinion, they've already kind of gotten in trouble. So they might as well do it anyways. You've already kind of put the kid in detention. So he's like, I might as well do something that gets me there anyways. And that, what,
Yeah.
they've already felt the pain, so they're gonna be like, we're already sanctioned. We might as well go ahead and now take over Poland too with it. And that's what's gonna kind of trigger the world to kind of go against them, and then we'll end up seeing maybe. Do you think NATO's going to involve at any point?
Yes, I believe once they conquer Ukraine, after they conquer Ukraine, there would be a gap of at least 3 to 5 months, 6 months. And during that gap, the Russians will feel pressured and they will push their government that what catastrophical circumstances Putin has brought them into. And that is where Putin will try to have a new phase. And for that new phase, he will have to trigger something on international level that brings them back to the glory.
Mm-hmm.
There will be talks going on. Like you see, there have been talks in Belarus going on between Ukraine and Russia. Potentially, USA are meeting in Italy. These talks are not going to bring any things to them
Mm-hmm.
because Russia has made their mind that Soviet Union is it has to be bad. They have to regain their glory. If you go back to 1991, you will find one thing. Why Soviet Union was broke? Do you understand that? They got broke because they failed. Why they failed was not due to technical reasons. They failed because they lost their war in Afghanistan. And they came to Afghanistan in the 80s. They lost badly. And
Mm-hmm.
they lost their war in Afghanistan. They had economical crisis in USSR and Soviet Union, and which is why the states had to collapse and then push them to make sure that they do collapse. And why Soviets lost in 80s was because America was successfully able to get the help of Pakistan.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, right. So Pakistanis were actually training the Afghanis in the name of religion, and that
Mm-hmm.
they have to safeguard their land from the Soviets, and they trained them. I remember I was very young. I remember the stories that uh, there were Soviets
Mm-hmm.
jet fighters in the sky in Kabul, and the Afghanis did not know how to shoot them down. The Pakistani army trained them. They gave them rocket launchers for the very first time. And since Afghanis were not trained, the only way they knew how to use rocket launcher was they were pointing the back of rocket launcher towards their chest, which is not the right way to fire a rocket launcher because it releases so much pressure from its back that you can immediately die. So they were not, so since they were not educated, Afghanis knew that once they fire one rocket launcher, one Afghani has to give away their life, and they were ready to do it. And they just wanted to bring the Soviet planes down. It was later only that Pakistani officials saw them doing this way, and they were like, "Oh my God, you don't have to do like this. You have to put this on your shoulder, not on your chest like a gun." But I'm just telling you the passion that came out of Afghanis in the 80s
Yeah.
to safeguard their land. So, this is all history. And then in 1991, the Soviet broke because
So you think like the history is gonna repeat itself? It's happened, once.
yes,
It's gonna happen
yes,
again. So before we go any
yes.
further, guys, I just want to tell you guys, make sure you guys hit the like button. We're so close to 20 likes. So if you guys could just click on that like button, it'd be greatly appreciated. And again, for all the brand new people that have come in, again, the question here is, do you think World War III is going to happen, and why do you believe that World War III is going to happen? If you'd like to also participate in this discussion, the Discord is down below. Marcy and Dave has said that they have already started World War III. They're just waiting for someone to get on the field and blow the whistle. Putin has shown his cards. NATO hasn't settled Korea yet. Of course. And he says, and it's Marcy, not Dave. So again, there are multiple opinions on exactly, whether it's going to start or not, whether it has started or it hasn't, and what might trigger this big war. So we're getting both sides here. We're getting multiple opinions. Akash has mentioned that, history has said it once. Russia has already been sanctioned. They've already, felt the consequences. They might as well just keep on going through and trying to take in, not just Ukraine. Now they're going to try and take Poland and maybe any other countries to try and regain that Soviet Union, all the land that the Soviet Union lost back in the day. Now they're trying to reclaim it back, especially since they've already been sanctioned. He's also mentioned a point where, the history has proven that they've been trying to do that, and that, eventually Russia's a first world power. The U.S. is a first world power. One day these two first world powers are going to collide, and that's going to be the trigger to war. And that maybe this is the case as of now.
Exactly. It is exactly like if you have a Geek, if you have a Ferrari car, why would you not have a thrill to drive it at 200 kilometers per hour or at its fullest speed? You will definitely want to do it one day. So if Russia has one of the largest number of nukes on Earth, won't they question themselves? What for? We are still not leading planet Earth. We are behind America, UK, Germany for what? We are the largest country by the Earth size, by the land size geographically. We have the largest number of nukes. We have been into space. We have done marvelously well in the field of medicine, science. And of course, I think they have everything because I also went to Russia once. They won't they question themselves? Why should we not rule the world? It's a temptation. Humans are tempted.
Yeah. Another point that was made again, just kind of repeating what Cash said. Another point that he made right here was, they have the supplies, right? They built the supplies. To them, it's like it's a waste, right? To Russia, it's like we built the supplies. We might as well use the supplies that we built. Otherwise, why did we build them? And so the idea here is that everything is kind of lining up to kind of tempt Russia to really, try and move forward. And obviously, as we've known, the world is not going to let that happen. And that's really what's going to trigger World War III. DC says, yeah, they just labeled their opposition. Daniel says, Russia won't try Poland. Poland is more equipped than Ukraine. Suki says, even if they had strength to take on NATO, the stakes are way too high than 80 years ago. You cannot just invade a powerful country anymore when they have nukes. But Russia also has nukes, right? So Russia actually has the most nukes in the world. Quintil said, Well, Quintel says
You
Russia
see,
is
I
that.
was just reading an article and I discovered that China and Russia have an agreement, friendship with no limits. And I just heard that Russia has called on China to help them.
Yeah, yeah. And
And
that's
that's
well, and that's been something that even the U.S. has noticed. The U.S. just I was reading just a day ago, I think, where the U.S. has kind of threatened China and told them that you know you guys we're gonna you're gonna have to face consequences if Russia tries to use you and you accept to be used as a way for Russia to avoid the sanctions. Because a lot of people have been saying that that's fine. Even if the whole world sanctions Russia, Russia's just gonna sell to China, and then China's gonna sell to maybe another country, or China again can use all the supplies that are bought. So that sanctioning is
Yeah.
gonna be useless. And so
Yes,
so again,
agreed.
the U.S. now is trying to enforce rules on all these new other countries like China. Now, whether China's going to
You,
even accept that
yeah,
is going to be a
yeah.
big question.
You see, if China and Russia unite, then the weightage of the world order will change. Then it won't be USA anymore. I don't understand why people will not understand this basic thing. If China has one of the largest industries in the world, everything is being produced in China, everything is being manufactured in China right now. Today, whatever is used in Europe and North Americas. So if China and Russia unite, then it's gonna change everything. The dynamics will change. Then USA will not be that powerful like it is.
For sure, especially since they're all first world powers, right? Like we're not talking about two, developing countries. This is Russia and China. And again,
Yes,
whether we feel like at this point Russia looks bad or good, at the end of the day, they both host nuclear facilities. They both have nukes, and I
yes,
think as of now, that's what's really the game changer, and that's the whole world sees Russia right now as look at Russia, they can't even take Ukraine, but is there any country that's willing to step foot and really try and help Ukraine? No, because they all are
no,
scared that Ukraine is gonna or that Russia's gonna nuke. So
yes,
the big game changer and the big thing here that is kind of what scares or lets countries kind of fear another is the nukes, and Russia has plenty of those. So,
yes,
guys, make sure you
indeed.
guys hit that like button. Again, we are so close to hitting another milestone of almost 30 likes. So if we can get like 70 of you guys to go ahead and hit that like button and share this on your Facebooks, Instagrams, Twitters, all of that, it'd be greatly appreciated. Let's go ahead and hit 30 likes. There's more than enough of you guys so that we can hit it. So everybody do their part. Click on that like button and let's get that 30 likes. Suki says, until Russia or NATO finds a system so they are nuke proof, World War III is impossible. But like I said, if someone goes crazy, anything is possible. Daniel says they already hit training on the Poland NATO border. Mike Rodriguez says everyone that works with China gets paid in US dollars, not yen. So how will the USA not be number one? By the way, Mike, just to add to that, Russia has recently stated, I read that maybe like 30 minutes ago, that they're going to be forced to now start paying with, the ruble. They're going to start paying for supplies in the ruble, not in the US dollar. At the beginning, very bad for Russia.
Exactly,
But in the long term, the world is going to start relying less on the US dollar. And I think
exactly.
somebody mentioned something, I think in the last stream, that, maybe we put a clamp on China so that if China decides to, buy any Russian products to try and make Russia avoid these sanctions, then China will be scared because we're going to tell them, we're going to sanction you. But okay, maybe not. I think I read it's like 75% of the, the supplies, the USA supplies are Chinese. So the US is a huge market for China. But you do have to understand that if you sanction China once, they're going to find a way and they're going to prepare for the next sanction. They're going to say, okay, look, U.S. sanctioned us now. Yes, they're going to take a big hit. Maybe they might give in the first time and they might say, you know what? Okay, we won't deal with Russia. But then they're going to prepare so that if next time you tell them, okay, we're sanctioning you, they're going to say, who cares? We already knew you were going to sanction us. We've already found a loophole. And so in the long run, it is terrible for the U.S. because every country will find a way to adjust if they are put in a corner. DC says when OPEC and Saudi has dropped the dollar and used petrodollars, all 200 trillion US dollars will be trash. Daniel says, Mike, yes. Mike says, you think they will use the yen? Not in our lifetime. It will be the US dollar. DC101 says, nobody will use nuke over Ukraine despite all threats. Again, it has been an intense night in Ukraine as of now. I don't know if you guys have heard this already, but there's been, multiple bombardments of residential buildings in the capital of Ukraine, Kiev. Again, it's been an intense day for all Kiev residents and for Ukrainian residents as a whole, actually. There's been multiple casualties in that residential building. As of now, it's still a developing story, but the reports that we have gotten were, there's been, I think it was 1 dead and over 3 injured from that Russian residential building attack. So it is quite devastating. And this is the first, major residential attack that's been targeted in Kiev, specifically in the capital of Ukraine. So that is going to be something we're really going to be looking at. We've also gotten reports from, again, they're unconfirmed as of now, but the reports that in the next 24 hours, there's going to be the full-scale invasion. And this was from, a Kiev resident that was on the ground that, messaged us letting us know that the convoy that was heading to Kiev, the 60-mile-long convoy, has now restored all of its fuel sources and is now back driving to Kiev. And on top of that, they've been, told by multiple sources on the ground that in the next 24 hours, there is something big that's going to happen by Russian forces, and the Russian forces are planning a fresh barrage of attacks. So this kind of brings the idea that maybe in the next 24 hours, really the invasion is going to come. And especially when you have people on the ground saying that, when you have people in Kiev telling you that in the next 24 hours, we've been getting told that Russia is going to take over Kiev, it really shows you the intensity of this war. Spiritual Fuzz says, this is World War III right now. It's only the start.
Yeah, agreed.
DC101 says, America is so rich and great, but over 60 million are homeless. That's the reality. Spiritual Fuzz says, World War II lasted 5 years. Remember, and before that buildup was like 7 years. The Doghouse DMC says, no one in the world knew about oil until we dug the holes and showed them. I think Russia's one of the biggest oil producers. Oil and gas producers. And I was reading, right, through all the sanctions that every country's trying to put on Russia, there's one thing that they all can't live without, and that is the oil and gas that's by Russia. If Russia decides one day that, we're not exporting any oil or gas to, parts of Europe, they're going to basically freeze to death. So Russia's a big game player in the oil and gas industry.
Indeed.
Quilton says 60 million homeless. Suki says, I still think World War III won't be anytime soon. But if it is, I wouldn't be surprised. It's just unlucky at this moment.
It will take about 2 to 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Again, there's really a lot of things that are going to play into this World War III if it is going to happen. This could really be a domino effect.
Yeah, exactly.
Where, if we see maybe Russia takes over Ukraine, then maybe we see, China say, look at the world, nobody's doing anything about Ukraine. China takes over Taiwan, North Korea tries to take over South Korea, and it's a bit of a domino war where the big countries try and take the smaller ones. And that might trigger. So there's a lot of things that could play into this. And Spiritual Fuzz says, who are saying World War II isn't a thing? Quilta says, 35 is a low salary in USA. Mike says, I'm Canadian. Spiritual Fuzz, sorry people who are saying World War III is a thing, ain't a thing. Well, go look at refugees. Put it in black and white. You're in World War II. Mike says, "Where's the best place to live then?" There's plenty of places to live. Quilton says, DC101. I hope you're not getting your pay from Putin in gold and not rubles, because your rubles are now worthless. Oh. Maybe Bitcoin's the next thing. Mike says the best. But guys, we are like only 6 likes away from 30 likes. If everybody could hit that like button as fast as they can, we'll go ahead and hit that 30 likes already. Let's go get that. And again, it is finally the morning in Kiev, actually 10:40 a.m. So it's past the curfew. The curfew has officially opened up about an hour and a half ago. No, more than that. More than an hour and a half ago. But as you guys can see, there's a lot of movement now in Kiev. A lot of people on the ground, a lot of people on the streets. And I think you can tell in the top left corner right there, there's a lot of vehicles. A lot of people walking. The cleaning person came. I remember partially seeing him before I left. Cleaning the streets in the top left. So it's been overall, I have to say, okay, there were, a few rocket launches. It was a bit intense at a certain point. But then it kind of got quiet today. It was quiet. There wasn't as many rocket launches in terms of after that 6 a.m. mark. And there was a bit of a relax. But again, we just got some unconfirmed reports by a person in Kiev that said, the next 24 hours, it will be invaded. So we'll have to see what happens and maybe things intensify from here.
I have a question from you.
Yeah.
What do you think? Will Putin capture Zelensky or kill him? What is his plan right now at this moment while I'm asking you? What is on his mind, on Putin's mind?
So there are 2 colleagues here, right? It's me and then I have my colleague that we both have different opinions. My personal opinion is I think Putin has a goal. He doesn't care about Zelensky personally. Zelensky to him is nothing. He wants the government of Ukraine. That's his goal. If Zelensky is gone, disappears, then he's not going to care. And this is what a lot of people are saying. Some people have said that Zelensky might be gone. Some people have said, Zelensky's in Kiev and that's why they're trying to get Kiev. I think he just wants to capture him, honestly, at this point. He wants to capture him. If Zelensky decides that, he's going to keep on talking even if they capture him, they capture him and he still finds a way to kind of protest and tell people kind of rebel, then they're going to do whatever they can to kind of make him be quiet. And that's when it gets to maybe, again, he might be one of the casualties. Really, that's where you think they might be. But until then, they don't care. That's why for Russia right now, it's actually better if Zelensky leaves. You know how at the beginning, the U.S. was telling Zelensky, listen, come, we'll bring you to the U.S. We'll bring you to the U.S. And he said, no, I'm staying in Ukraine. Why? Because he knows. He is right now the motivation of the Ukrainian people. The second he leaves, it's a big W for Russia because Russia now doesn't have to deal with him. There's nobody there saying, you know what, I'm fighting with you guys. And so Russia wants to run the government. They don't care about Zelensky. They don't care about all of the people that are running the government. To them, if you could tell them tomorrow Zelensky retires and leaves, they'll be happy with that. And they'll say, you know what, we'll withdraw our troops. And they said that, by the way. They told him when they did the peace deal, they told them there's 3 requirements that we need from you. 3 requirements. One of those was you have to step aside as the president of Ukraine, and we have to take control. And so this brings us to the point that they don't care about Zelensky as a person, so they don't care whether he's alive or dead. Their idea is that they want to just run the government so that they can put their person, and their person can go ahead and decide and run Ukraine the way Russia likes it. But that's my 2 cents.
Fantastic analysis.
Thank you. Daniel Ward says every dollar counts into billions. In trade, the hash are insane. The numbers are insane. That's what it is. Spiritual says, yeah, did, Geek. Spiritual Thought says, insane good or insane bad. Daniel says, it's a huge loss. Quintil says, Russia's already asking China to help it with replacement parts for Western stuff. Again, these are two big countries. Or I guarantee, like the whole world gets basically their supplies from China. And so that's why China is a crucial aspect to Russia. Egget says 3 to 7 years in of this administration, you'll get in your state separation shattered union. He says, Spiritual says, yeah, you did, Geek. Haha, sorry. Click the like button, guys. We're only 2 likes away from 30 likes. Let's go. Smash that like button, of course. But yeah, if anybody would like to drop in their 2 cents as well, feel free to join the Discord. It's open. Again, I think that the nights really are crucial for Kiev and for Ukraine. It's a lot less action in the morning, and a lot of people have said that because they say Russia likes the cover of the night. That's where they really bombard, and then they can bring in their troops, and that's why 6 a.m. is so crucial, because it gives them the dark of the night to kind of go into Kiev, bombard the place, go into Kiev, and then as the morning rises, they can now have easy access and they have full visibility for a ground invasion. So it's like perfect timing for them. And so that's why a lot of the attacks happen around this time. But in the morning, now you can't do as much because you're easily visible to everybody. At 6, you can go in and you're not as visible to everybody. But in the middle of the morning, everybody knows which side you're on. Daniel says, even if there was a confrontation between US and Russia in Europe, it would be a conventional war. DC101 says, more people don't live in America. That America is what they see on Hollywood. Quintel says, Russia can't win a conventional war against the US. They are losing against Ukraine, for God's sake. So again, guys, make sure you hit the like button, guys. Show your support on that stream. Oh, Daniel says, Turkey shot down. Turkey shot down Russian jet over the airspace a couple years ago. Yeah, I actually remember that part. I remember that year when they shot down the Russian jet. Spiritual Fuzz says, to be fair, Geek, my mic is terrible. I'm getting a new one tomorrow. So when it comes, I'll get in the call. I don't know how I feel spending $75 on mic, but screw it. I want to treat myself. Sometimes it's nice to treat yourself. Quintel, Russian equipment is mostly crap. Mike says, conventional war until one of the capitals are surrounded. Then the nukes fly. I don't know if that would actually happen, though. Nukes fly? Imagine putting your troops in the nuking. That would be a huge disadvantage. You just lost your troops. Guys, hit that like button. We are like 1 like away from 30. So if you could click on that like button, it'd be fantastic. Mike says, if a country's about to fall. Yeah, see, the only time that I see Russia even using a nuke is if they're actually gonna, that's it. Like, it's GG. They're about to get destroyed. They're like, screw it. We might as well destroy the world with us. Let's nuke the country. Let's. Mike says, I was talking about a conventional war outside of Russia and U.S. nukes wouldn't fly. Quintel says, I doubt we'd bother. Quinta says, most Americans honestly don't care about Russia unless Russia starts picking on one of the friends. So you think the Americans... Do you think the Americans are pro going into war with Russia or against going to war with Russia? By the way, guys, hit the like button, right? Hit the like button. We're 4 likes away from 35 likes. Hit the like button, guys. Let's hit 35 likes. Every single one of you guys click on that like button. We should see 1-to-1. For every like, for every person, there should be a like. Quintus said, even wagered that most Americans wish that Russia would join the world community and stop being such jerks. DC says, America has more enemies than friends. Quinto, do you think maybe oh, is that police? Or is that some sirens? Air sirens. Let me know. What do you think? Air sirens or police? Air sirens or police? Let's go. That could be air sirens. You never know. Is that air sirens or police? Let me know, guys. No, maybe that's an ambulance. What is that? I think it's an ambulance. Guys, hit that like button. 48 damn people. 48 people and 32 likes. I need every single one of you guys to hit that. Only 35. Let's hit 35 likes. So only like 3 of you guys click the like button. Everybody click the like button. Click the like button. See, I'm trying to make you guys click the like button. You guys are not listening. That's funny. By the way, guys, let's do this. How many of you guys, if you guys think World War III is going to happen, I want you to put that wave emoji. And if you guys don't think that's going to happen, I want you to put the... Let's see which emoji works best. Put the... Okay, no, never mind. If you guys think World War III is going to happen, put the rocket emoji. If you guys don't think World War III is going to happen, put the wave emoji. And let's see how many of you guys think it's going to happen and how many of you guys don't. Oh yeah, there we go. We hit 35 likes. There we go. Now we go to 40 likes. So there's 44 of you guys. Let's go to 40 likes. Click that like button. Click the like button. But okay, so Quintal says, I've traveled around the world a couple times. In general, Americas are viewed favorably. I just heard something, by the way, guys, in the background. I don't know if you guys noticed. Mr. Kellogg says ambulance. Daniel says ambulance. Quintal says, oh, most of the world is fine with Americans in general. Mike says, when you're on top, like the USA, people are going to hate you. Guys, we just need 5 more likes. Let's hit 40 likes. Click that like button. I'm sure the countries, Quintus says, I'm sure the countries we bomb a lot, like Iraq, think less of the US. But even if they still depend on us to offset Iran. So Mike says, my mom lived in Portugal during World War II. They were not in the war, but they sent, and everyone's starving. They didn't need electricity until they came to Canada, and they shit in outhouses. They came in 67. Guys, we're like 3 likes away, man. I cannot believe this. 3 likes away and nobody's doing their duty of hitting that like button. Quintel says, one thing for certain is that nobody in the world outside of Russia and Trump supporters like Russia. Agate says it's a high probability it could happen. Spiritual says, F in the chat for the like button. Spiritual Fuzz putting that rocket. Spiritual Fuzz. There's actually a few of you guys that believe World War III is going to happen. So click the like button if you think World War III is going to happen. If you don't think World War III is going to happen, click the like button. I know I'm spamming the like button right now. Too much. Mike says, they know about starving. Mr. Khalek says, why do people think that Russians could beat NATO with a small economy? It's so draft. Again, a lot of people emphasize Russia as the nuclear strength. Russia's strength is its nuclear strength. And nukes destroy the world. DC101 says, humans are Earth's worst enemy. I think we should end all human for the world peace. Maybe we just put everybody in a room and eventually they work something out. Agate says, there are a lot of Americans that would like to see more interventions, but there's a great majority majority to that are scared of World War III. Spiritual Fuss says, Geek, ha ha ha ha ha. Why are you laughing at me, man? Just click the like button. I'm being honest here, okay? I get a message every 5 seconds telling me, reminder, make sure you told people to click the like button. And so my reminder is here. Click the like button. Mike says, the world does need a little flushing. DC says, humans destroying the world. I think death is not real, says DC101. Spiritual Fuss says the like thing. I know, right? It's getting a bit annoying. Maybe I should turn off the notification. The notification keeps on buzzing. Dings too much. How many people... No, but it's fine. It's a cool reminder. It just keeps on letting me know. Make sure you click the like button. Spiritual says the like thing made me laugh. Mr. Kellogg says he can't use nukes. They'll get shot down over Russia. I don't know how. I don't think that's how it works, but yeah. By the way, guys, there's been unconfirmed reports that in the next 24 hours, the Russians will invade Kiev and will take it over. And again, this is not out of my head. This is somebody in Kiev that has let me know that. He sent me a message telling me Kiev will be invaded in the next 24 hours. The convoy is now back up and running and is now driving to Kiev. He said they're about 10 miles away. Guys, we're like 2 likes away from 40. Like, it's almost your duty to click 40. Egget says, if 1,000 nukes or more are shot off, anti-missile systems can intercept them all. Actually, this is not what I think. So, what would happen if a nuke is shot in the sky? I think it would be destruction as well, honestly. Like, I can only imagine. RC says, what are you eating? I'm eating candy, guys. How do you expect me to stay up all day and all night without eating anything? Nonetheless, you guys not clicking the like button, it's really causing me to eat more candy. Click the like. Guys, there's like literally, it's like blowing my mind. There's so many of you guys and nobody's clicking the like button. 2 likes away. So, in terms of a nuke, actually, you know what? Maybe somebody can answer this. What would happen if a nuke is shot up and then it's hit by an anti-missile? What would happen? Would it like bombard still? Like, would it just drop and kind of... I think it would still cause destruction. We finally hit 40 likes and there's 56. Guys. If everybody clicks the like button right now, you don't know how good this YouTube algorithm is going to jump us. So jump. Spiritual Fuss says Fallout. DC says Immortals ain't good. Ask Thano and Deadpool. Spiritual says, I ain't scared of death. It's the reason we live, because we know our time is limited. Spiritual says, because we know our time is limited. Mike says, there's only 42 people in here and 40 likes. Not bad. Yeah, definitely not that bad. Mr. Kellogg says, you use close proximity missiles. Spiritual Fuzz says, nuclear winter rip. Or ozone layer. The Doghouse DMC says, please hit the like button. Mike says, ice would melt. So do you think if people went, where's the coldest place on Earth? Like if a nuke landed or was shot at that place, do you think it would freeze before it hit the ground? I don't know, maybe Antarctica? Maybe somewhere in Russia, honestly. If you go to like the top of Russia. Because I think that's where, if you want to call the coldest place on Earth, would have to be somewhere around there. Do you think if a nuke was shot there, like before it would hit the ground, it'd be frozen? Spiritual Fuzz says no. I know. I don't think it's even possible. But it'd be kind of cool if there's a place in the world where, everything freezes. DC says they tested nukes in Antarctica. Mike says coldest place on Earth is in Russia. Guys, hit the like button. Only 3 likes away from 43 likes. So get 43 likes. Spiritual Fuzz says the core of nukes is hotter than the core of the sun. Dang. That's actually crazy. That just shows you, man, how like it shows you, man. Look at how the world has developed. We develop all this military, but we can't develop our communication skills. There's just so many wars. If like 2 people sat together, they could fix everything. Unity says, no, I'm not saying that. That's disrespectful to the Americans. Mike says, Almatic North Pole is the coldest place. I just checked. Is that a car? That is one loud car. Spiritual says nukes are beep. Excuse my language. See, I'm not trying to get demonetized or banned from YouTube, so let's keep the language respectful. So YouTube doesn't go ahead and ban us. Mr. Kellogg's, they all have their own fleet. Mr. Kellogg also says America has 15 plus aircraft carriers. That's a lot. Need I say more? Again, said, you think the provocative actions and moves by Putin have triggered Article 5 yet or soon? I don't think they'll ever trigger Article 5, honestly. I think the world's just not going to mess with Putin. I think the only chance that the world will even enter war with Putin is if he attacks a NATO country. Which I don't think he will, but if he does, that's the only time they'll go to war. Otherwise, I don't think any country will involve in Ukraine at all. Even if he nukes Ukraine, it would be a shock if they... It wouldn't be a shock, but it would be, I'd be surprised if they even go in. Daniel Adams says, if a nuclear warhead was shot in the sky, only thing that would get hurt is our atmosphere, because the warhead that got intercepted wouldn't have the same effect it has to hit its target. Yeah, but would it still cause damage? Like, you still have the radiation, right? The radiation's still there. It didn't leave. So I don't know if that would. I think it would still cause damage. Again, it would be a global damage issue, kind of. Mr. Kellogg says Putin couldn't win any war. Europe's economy is 10 times the Russian economy, and that's on the low side. Again, Mr. Kellogg, it depends what you determine as number one, what win the war is. Number two is it like the economy doesn't matter in a war, really, if you want to talk about that in terms of military. What matters is, are they gonna like win through military? Again, that depends what you really mean. Win as in their economy is gonna be stronger. Yes. Win as in they're gonna be able to take them over. I think Russia's more on the winning side for being able to take them over. Again, nuke power is really what Russia has, and that's significant in the nowadays picture. Mike says Putin stole the owner of the New England Patriots Super Bowl ring when Putin met him. Check it out on YouTube. I'm waiting for a house crash, says DC101. I know. Everybody's waiting for a house crash. Houses right now are unbearable. It's so expensive. It's not worth it. That's a rocket. Did anybody hear the boom? Did anybody hear the boom, or was it just me? That's crazy. Mr. Kellogg says you have no idea how powerful Europe is. Yeah, I know. Europe again as a whole. So, but that's what I'm saying. It really depends what you categorize as strong. Strong is in military wise. Everybody's strong when it comes to nukes, right? If you have a nuke, you're automatically strong. Mike says, I heard that. Spiritual Buzz says, I heard that. That was probably, I don't know what that is, man. That could be a rocket, honestly, that just landed. Again, we had some unconfirmed reports by people in Kiev saying that they were told that in the next 24 hours, Russian troops will be at Kiev and will most likely have invaded it. They were also told that, there's a major chance that the convoy will arrive, like, in the very, very short future. The dog house, look at the Chernobyl. It didn't start with a nuclear explosion, but it is radioactive. You end up with a microwave dinners. You don't need to microwave. What? So maybe you just put your frozen lunch outside, and then you. That's a rocket. That's another explosion, guys. This is something's happening. Something is happening. Kiev is getting rockets right now landed at it. Did you guys hear that one too? Did you guys hear that? Or was it just me? What the heck? I'm pretty sure, honestly, that right now these are rockets landing on Kiev. And this also comes, it's stared already. And this also comes as just recently, there was, I think it was like maybe an hour ago as of now, or an hour and a half, that, a Kiev residential building was targeted and it killed, there was a few, dead, few injured. And again, the sound is coming from central Kiev. On the bottom left, this is literally the center of Kiev. That's number one. Number two is, the doghouse says, the doghouse DMC says, why no sirens? Mike says, I'm not going to bed. Spiritual says, it's started already, hope not. I don't know. I don't know why there's no sirens. Maybe, see, I think the way it works is, if it's an airplane, no, I don't know, again, I don't know. Or maybe that's, Ukrainian troops firing from inside, because a lot of the battles right now, again, like I said, the thing is that a person in Kiev said that a source told him the next 24 hours that they told him, because he's in Kiev right now, that in the next 24 hours, the whole country, the whole city, Kiev will be taken over. And so what this means is that maybe these are Ukrainian troops really, bombing the outskirts of Kiev where a lot of these troops are. And so it's not really, hiring the air sirens. Like, you can't really hear them. Because these are Ukrainians, shooting right on the outskirts of Kiev. And so you're able to hear it, but there's no sirens because it's not coming into Kiev. DC101 says, be honest, I'm buying Russian stock GamePros. Insert bank yours. Spiritual says, oh my god, was a loud bang outside. Just pooped myself, and not literally. Spiritual, you heard a loud bang outside? Spiritual, are you in Kiev? I don't think so. So maybe you heard, oh my god, not literally. Spiritual says, oh my god, not literally. Spiritual, you mean literally not oh my god? I'm joking. DC says, make your money when their opportunity. Mike says, they bombed the army base in Lviv yesterday where Canadian soldiers were training Ukrainian army before 25 miles from Poland. Yeah, see, this is what people are saying, that, this is a threat to Poland, right? They're trying to threaten Poland to say, if any weapons comes through, you're going to be our next target. And that's why they targeted that one, since it's so close to Poland. Spiritual Fuzz says, no, I'm in Ukraine, huh? DC101 says, next month everything will go back to normal and Russia will be friend again. Do you think so? I've spoken to a lot of people and they say that these sanctions are not going to be lifted for a while. So I don't know. Spiritual says, ha ha ha. But again, that was crazy, guys. This comes as reports for an unconfirmed 24 hours invasion, or an invasion that's going to completely take over Ukraine in the next 24 hours, has been, unconfirmed, but has been stated. Eggett's artillery going off. Yeah, it's been actually quite strong. Multiple loads of artillery. Guys, hit the like button, guys. 3 more likes for 45 likes. 3 more. So just hit like. Just hit the like button. Spiritual Fuss says United Kingdom. Mike says no thing way. Optimum, welcome Optimum. It's been a while. Russia won't take Kiev before Metropole, Kharkiv, and maybe Odessa. I don't really know if Odessa will be captured. Maybe surrounded. Anyway, there will be connections with Transnistria. Optimum. So we did get a report from a guy named Joshua, which is actually currently in Kiev. He said that they were told that in the next 24 hours, Kiev will be taken over, and he's in Kiev. He said they stated that Kiev will be taken over in the next 24 hours, and that the convoy has now been officially completely resupplied by the Russian military, and now that the convoy is back and driving again. He said they're only 10 miles away from the capital, the center of Kiev, but they're now driving again and they're now moving. So he did mention though that they are slow because it's 60 miles long, and because some of the bridges, actually he didn't mention anything about bridges, but I'm saying some of the bridges are probably still under construction, like they haven't been built yet. But he did say that they're 10 miles away and that they're now full with gasoline, and now they're driving to Kiev, and then in the next 24 hours they predict it's going to be taken over. Kiev is going to be taken over by them. Mike says Russia losing Twitter today apparently. Spiritual Fuzz says not Ukraine. Egget says it's outgoing artillery. DC says China versus Taiwan. Do you think China versus Taiwan will be a thing? I don't know how long I can stream, guys. Getting tired. Getting really tired. It is so late. It is so late, and I've literally been pulling all-nighters. Tired. Guys, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. DC101 says, dude, hint, buy Unipay stocks. Atomus says, no, Kiev won't be taken. There are enough forces to take even third part of it. The convoy waits for southern forces and eastern forces to be free and connect. Mike says, China, Taiwan next, Russia, Moldova next. Agate says, there's no sirens because it's outgoing artillery by Ukraine. Spiritual Fuss says lol to Russia losing Twitter. I don't think that even matters at this point. Let's see. DC says, I think Iran, Russia, and OPEC will use Union Pay. I think they'll use crypto. Spiritual Fuss says, go sleep, Geek. You've been grinding too. Beep. I like that. Maybe beep is actually fantastic. You know what, guys? We should start using the word beep more. Like the way Spiritual Fuss says. The star, BEEP star. That's gonna be my new favorite word. Beep. Abdom says, attacking Lviv to do without Twitter. People are going to jump off bridges. DC101 says, Moldova has nothing. Russia wants Ukraine because millions of oil and gas. No, I disagree with that. But again, this is personal opinions, right? So I think Russia wants Ukraine just so that they can replace the government. Russia has a ton of oil in Russia. They actually don't even know how to get all of it. There's like a huge chunk of it that they don't even know how to get out. They don't have the technology to get it out. But they can if they wanted to. But again, this is opinionated, right? So a lot of people can say different things. Moldova says, Spiritual Fuss says, let yourself rest for a bit. I know, I really should actually. I really should. Beep, beep. DC101 says, 2014 sentence on oil and gas deposits in Crimea area. Yeah, again, I believe that there is a ton of oil that they might use. Again, they might take it and use it. I agree. If they capture Ukraine, they might take it and use it. But I'm saying, I don't think they went into Kiev or they went into Ukraine to capture it. Maybe they did it anyways, right? They said, we're already in Kiev, we might as well, or we're already taking Ukraine, we might as well also take it for the oil. But when they went into Ukraine in the first place, I don't think it was because they wanted oil and gas. They have enough oil and gas. I think they went in because they wanted to change the government. And then they said, you know what? Free oil and gas, I'll take it. Mike says, when Russia's in Moldova, remember me when it happens. Spiritual says, do it. You deserve it, man. Okay, what do you guys think? Here, I'll take your recommendations for it. If I am going to leave, should I leave the stream on and maybe you guys want to watch, or should I turn it off? Just curiosity. Adnan says, Russia wants Russia speaking and professionally educated Russian cultural migration. We have population decline. DC101 says Ukraine was threatening Russia oil, but there's no way though. Think about it like this. Imagine the amount of troops and okay, did Russia benefit anything by taking Ukraine? Actually, if you want to talk about economically, they've actually lost because now they can't even sell their own oil anymore. So getting more oil is rendered useless if you can't sell it. So I don't think so because again, if they went in for the oil, then they are not using their mind really because now they can't sell their oil. DC says there's a YouTube documentary years ago predict the war. Yeah, but think about it like this. Now Russia can't sell their oil. Russia has a bunch of sanctions put on them. They can't sell basically anything to any country. In addition to this, you have 100 companies, like 90% of the companies in Kiev, or not in Kiev, in Russia, I mean, in Moscow, in Russia, have literally left. So Russia faced like a drastic economic crash. The ruble's now worth less than a penny. Less than a penny USD. Again, guys, there's definitely bombardments. There's definitely bombardments. I hear them. There's definitely bombardments. But 90%. I'm almost 99.99% sure Russia did not take it for the oil. Because if they did, I don't even know what to say anymore. It would be like a huge shocker. Agat says, I don't think it will. I think Russia will get screwed up again, get clogged up on the roads and in the cities, and get ambushed real heavy, and hit by artillery real heavy, and they will retreat again. I've actually heard some people say that they won't be able to capture Kiev. So I don't know about that. But again, I think if they put full force, that's it. But oh my god, I cannot believe that over 53% of people believe World War III is gonna happen. 53 freaking percent. That's crazy. Guys, hit the like button. Only 2 likes away from 45. Hit the like button. Optimum says China, India, Iran, Southeast Asia are not any country. They buy happily. But listen. So I'm probably gonna leave, guys. But pay attention to the stream again. There's gonna be tons of rocket fire. I heard them. I literally heard them. That's number one. Number two is if you guys do see anything, if you do see anything within regards to like rocket launches or anything like that, just write the time in the chat so that whoever comes back, like if I come or my colleague comes, we can kind of see those. Or if anybody in the stream comes and they just are curious, at least there's like a time where they know, okay, well, so if somebody can just do that. Mike says, you never said when will World War III happen. Good point. Do you think World War II is going to happen? Yes or no? Spiritual says, rest well, my bro. Take care. Thank you so much. Atman says, have a nice rest, bro. Thank you so much, guys. I don't know. Every time I want to leave, I hear some type of, like, I don't know if you guys heard that. It sounded like artillery fire. Gunfire. It sounded like clashes. But anyways, guys, I'm going to dip now. I'm going to probably try and sleep. What I will do, though, is if I wake up, I'll take like a nap. If I wake up, I'll make sure that I hop on in and I check in on you guys as well. And hopefully, I hope this stream doesn't glitch. Because if it glitches, I'm going to be asleep. So it's going to just turn off, and that's going to be the end. So hopefully it doesn't glitch. I'll try and monitor it as much as I can. Appreciate all you guys. Hit the like button, of course. Guys, spiritual, you gotta remind everybody to the like button when I'm gone, okay? Please. Gotta make everybody click the like button. But I appreciate every single one of you guys. Share it, subscribe, like. I'll see you tomorrow, and I'll make sure, not tomorrow, well, I'll see you in a little bit, and peace.
İnternetten yapıyoruz abi. Şeyi yiyor insanlar. Şu anda hala internet haklarına falan vurmadıkları için rahatız yani. Görebiliyor musun? Meşhur şey işte bu. Maidan dedikleri Maidan burası işte. Şu karşıdaki özgürlük teknolojisi. İşte buradan otelde kalıyoruz zaten. Sonra yer değiştirdik işte şeylere göre, söylediğim atılan bombalara göre falan.
Нет, пошли. Вот, пошли. Ром, но оно идеально по высоте становится.
Speaker, we are shocked by the execution of 81 individuals on the 13th of March. The United Kingdom strongly opposes the death penalty in all countries and in all circumstances as a matter of principle. The UK ambassador has already raised UK's strong concerns with the Saudi National Security Advisor and their Vice Foreign Minister. We will continue to raise UK concerns with Saudi counterparts through our ministerial and diplomatic channels and seek further clarification on the details of these cases. No aspect of our relationship with Saudi Arabia prevents us from speaking frankly about human rights. Saudi Arabia remains a Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office human rights priority country, including because of the use of the death penalty and restrictions on women's rights, freedom of expression and freedom of religion or belief. We regularly raise concerns with the Saudi authorities through diplomatic channels, including ministers, our ambassador and our British embassy.
We now come to Chris Bimblad.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for granting this urgent question, which itself recognises the execution of 81 men on one day as of profound concern to this House and to our country, which has so many shared interests with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Does my right honourable friend agree that this represents a new low for human rights and criminal justice in the Kingdom, coming only a week after the Crown Prince had promised to modernise the Saudi justice system? A decade ago, as a Justice Minister, I supported government-to-government work to help Saudi Arabia modernise its justice system as we work to build a strong and positive partnership with the Kingdom. Can my right honourable friend confirm that emptying death row in this way is not the kind of modernisation anyone would have had in mind when we signed off support to Saudi Arabia in happier times? Does my right honourable friend recognise the exquisite difficulties that this has presented to our Prime Minister? What assurances will he be seeking from Saudi Arabia in respect of human rights on his next visit there? Will he at least seek an assurance that execution of those arrested for alleged crimes when children will cease? Will he make clear to the Crown Prince how appalled friends of the Kingdom are, particularly in light of the state's assassination of Jamal al-Khashoggi only 3 years ago? Does my right honourable friend think these events have been the behaviour of a friend?
I thank my honourable friend. I'll try and take these points in turn. The UK's relationship with Saudi Arabia is of great importance, ranging from kind of national security to economic interests. But that nature of our relationship does mean that we can speak frankly about human rights. And as I said in my opening remarks, the United Kingdom strongly opposes the death penalty in all countries and in all circumstances as a matter of principle. And Saudi Arabia is well aware of the UK's opposition to use the death penalty. As I say, we raise these concerns with the authorities through a range of ministerial and diplomatic channels. And regarding the juvenile death penalty, we raise concerns with the Saudi authorities regarding the juvenile death penalty application. And regarding Khashoggi, the UK has always been clear that his murder was a terrible crime. We condemn his killing in the strongest possible terms, which is why we've sanctioned 20 Saudi nationals involved in the murder under the global human rights regime.
The Minister Bambuck-Torrell.
We on this side of the House are appalled and utterly condemn the execution of 81 Saudi men on Saturday. Saturday's massacre is the largest execution in Saudi Arabia's history, and we do not believe that the timing of the executions was coincidental, taking place whilst the world is focusing its attention on atrocities elsewhere. Referring to the killings, the Interior Ministry stated it won't hesitate to deter anyone who threatens security or disrupts public life. This demonstrates just how low the bar is for execution in the Kingdom, where individuals can be sentenced to death for protest-related offences or exercising their rights to free speech. The mass execution comes in a week when the Prime Minister reportedly plans to travel to Riyadh to meet Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. We've seen what happens when human rights abuses go unchecked. So I ask the Minister what steps the government is taking to ensure that human rights are at the fore of any future trade deals with Saudi Arabia. And will the Prime Minister be expressing Parliament's outrage at this massacre when he meets the Crown Prince? And what assurances will the government be seeking to ensure that such mass executions carried out by a friendly country never happen again?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his questions. And as I say, we were deeply shocked by the execution of the 81 individuals on the 13th of March. And as I stated already, no aspect of our relationship with Saudi Arabia prevents us from speaking frankly about human rights. And we do regularly raise with Saudi authorities through diplomatic channels, including ministers and our ambassador and the embassy, our concerns in terms of human rights. As I said, also remains the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office human rights priority country, particularly because of the use of the death penalty, as well as kind of restrictions on women's rights, freedom of expression and freedom of religion or belief. In terms, I'm not going to speculate in terms of Prime Minister's visits.
Sir John Redwood.
Doesn't this bad news reinforce the urgency of the UK producing more of its own oil and gas to reduce dependency on these powers? And couldn't that include onshore gas only where the local community and people are willing? And wouldn't that be speeded up if they were given a royalty?
In relation to this matter, it's important that all partners work together to ensure the stability in energy markets, and OPEC also has a key role to play here.
We now come to SNP spokesperson Alan Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a deep personal interest in Saudi Arabia. I grew up in Saudi Arabia. We spent much of the 80s in Riyadh. I'm a friend of Saudi with all the political issues that it has. And I'm glad to hear the Minister say that there's a frank dialogue with the Saudis about judicial matters, but it doesn't, I say this gently, seem to be having much of an effect on the Saudis themselves. And friends speak bluntly to friends, and executing in public by beheading 81 people, whatever their crime, whatever their alleged crime, is an atrocity. And there needs to be consequences beyond the harsh criticism. So I'd modestly suggest two. I note she's not going to speculate on the Prime Minister's visit, but she can relay the House's concern that surely the Prime Minister's visit next week should not go ahead, and there should be a consequence. And also, we have a programme of judicial and justice cooperation with the Saudis. Surely that has to end, or at least be suspended, pending the deep concern across all the House on each and every one of these cases. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm afraid that if I'm going to get asked multiple times about the Prime Minister's visits, colleagues are going to be disappointed because, as I say, I'm not going to speculate about the Prime Minister's visits. But what I would say, and as I've said in previous answers, our relationship with Saudi Arabia does mean that we can speak frankly about matters and human rights. As I said at the outset, we were shocked by the execution of these 81 individuals, and our ambassador has raised strong concerns of the UK government with the Saudi National Security Advisor and their Vice Foreign Minister.
Fair Jones.
What happened in Saudi Arabia was a gross violation of human rights and places strain on global relationships, which are crucially important right now. Does the Minister agree with me that no country found to be complicit in human rights abuses, such as those we are currently seeing in Ukraine, should receive a penny of UK taxpayer money in international aid?
So I thank my honourable friend for her question. And I think this goes back to the fundamental point here, which human rights violations are something that we do raise. Where we see them, we are not ashamed. We will not kind of stand back from actually raising these where they seem to happen.
Nadia Whitton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the UK government has given the Saudi regime an estimated $20 billion in arms sales since the start of the war in Yemen, despite clear breaches of humanitarian law. It's extremely likely that British weapons have been used to kill civilians. In light of the executions on Saturday, Will the Prime Minister cancel his planned visit? And will this government do what it should have done long ago and end arms sales to the Saudi regime?
So I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. As I've said before, I suspect I've been saying a few times, I'm not going to preempt the Prime Minister's travel plans. In terms of arms exports, we take our strategic export control responsibilities very seriously. We examine every application on a case-by-case basis against very strict criteria. And we will not grant an export licence if we thought it was inconsistent with the strategic export licensing criteria, including respect for human rights and international humanitarian law.
Bob Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a boy, I witnessed 2 executions, one of them beheading in what is now called Yemen. I'm vehemently against the death penalty. Could I ask the Minister if the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office has any idea what percentage of the Saudi population actually is in favour of capital punishment?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. I'm afraid I don't have that answer specifically, but let's be really clear. The United Kingdom strongly opposes the death penalty in all countries and in all circumstances as a matter of principle.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In 2018, the Saudi Arabian government told the United Nations that if the crime committed by the juvenile is punishable by death, the sentence shall be reduced to a term of not more than 10 years detention. However, the following year, 6 young men sentenced to death for childhood crimes were executed, as was in 2019 Mustafa al-Dawish, having recanted a confession extracted under torture. The Minister says we can speak frankly to the Saudi Arabian government. Will she frankly say to the House of Commons now that the promise the government made to the United Nations that it would not execute minors for crimes committed when they were children was not made in good faith?
As I've mentioned in relation to the juvenile death penalty, the government raises concern with the Saudi authorities regarding the juvenile death penalty application, and we do very closely monitor these cases and routinely attempt to attend the trials. The Saudi Human Rights Commission announced a moratorium on the death penalty sentences for individuals who committed discretionary crimes as minors in April 2020.
James Gray.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly support the Minister's reluctance to speculate on the Prime Minister's travel arrangements. Absolutely right, she should do so. But should the Prime Minister happen to find himself in Saudi Arabia in the near future by chance, would she not agree with me that would be a very good opportunity to make our points about this being an absolute human rights outrage in the strongest possible terms to the ruling party in Saudi Arabia?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving me the opportunity to kind of reiterate that I'm not going to speculate, and he understands why. But, as I say, diplomats, ministers all clearly have frank conversations regarding human rights with Saudi Arabia. And as I said at the outset, we were absolutely shocked by the executions at the weekend.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister may be shocked, but she shouldn't be surprised because this sort of thing has happened before, and actions do speak louder than words. If the Prime Minister goes in the next few days to Saudi Arabia, we will be sending a very clear signal that no matter what we say, we're not really bothered about this sort of thing. It is reported that we have a judicial cooperation memorandum of understanding with Saudi Arabia. Will the Minister commit to publishing that, along with the human rights risk assessment made by the government in relation to it?
I think, coming back to the kind of key point in this, is that given our relationship with Saudi Arabia, we are able to have those frank conversations about human rights. We are opposed to the death penalty in all countries under all circumstances. And as I said earlier on, Saudi Arabia does remain a Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office human rights priority country, particularly because of the use of the death penalty.
Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Saudi Arabia has, at best, an ambiguous relationship with revolutionary Islamism. Can the government and the minister confirm that in seeking to lessen our dependence upon one source of oil and gas, we do not end up creating a source dependency on another unreliable and sometimes hostile regime?
Referring to this particular issue, I think the key point here is that it's important that all partners and international partners work together to ensure the stability of energy markets.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Mass executions are particularly grotesque and barbaric, but there's no due process in the Saudi justice system, a widespread use of torture. 75% of those executed were for non-lethal offences. Will she specifically answer about the case of Abdullah al-Hawaiti, again a juvenile when the alleged offence was committed, on death row, awaiting execution at the moment? She's known about that case for months. What representations has she made to the Saudi authorities, and what does she intend to do about that now?
So, I've been clear in terms of our opposition to the death penalty. We raise a number of different cases with the Saudi authorities, but I would happily follow up in writing following this urgent question on that particular case.
President O'Hara.
Speaker, the Greek writer Aesop once said that a man is known by the company that he keeps, and that equally applies to states. This week, while the Prime Minister's former friends in Moscow were committing atrocities in Ukraine, his existing friends in Riyadh were executing 81 people. It is obvious that the oft-repeated words of condemnation mean nothing. And isn't it time that the country, rather than cozying up to these regimes, completely resets its relationship with countries that do not share our values and who feel because of their wealth they can continue to trample over basic human rights with impunity?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. What I would say, actually, is given our relationship with Saudi Arabia, that we are able to have frank conversations about human rights.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm whether there is a memorandum of understanding on judicial cooperation between the United Kingdom and Saudi Arabia? And if so, will she publish it?
Minister.
As I say, I think I've set out quite clearly the way, the various ways in which we raise kind of human rights with the Saudi Arabian authorities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I press the Minister? Does she not see any contradiction between rightly ending dependence on Putin's Russia for fossil fuels, but then seeking to replace them by going cap in hand to another murderous tyrant who executes his own people and to whom we sell arms that are being used to kill civilians in Yemen? Is she aware of reports in the US that Saudi Arabia is pressurising President Biden to repay for access to oil by supplying more military support for their war in Yemen? And can she assure us that this government would not tolerate a more arms for oil deal with this murderous regime?
Minister.
So in terms of energy, I think it's, we do have, following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, rightly, we are having to phase out Russian oil, and which is absolutely the right thing to do. And so it's important that all partners work together to ensure the stability of the markets.
Tamanjit Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There seems to be a bit of a pattern developing here. When the Deputy Prime Minister visited Saudi Arabia in June, the regime subsequently executed Mustafa al-Darwish, a child defendant convicted of protest-related offences. And now, days before the Prime Minister is due to go to speak business with the Saudi monarchy, the regime has executed 81 people. Does the Minister agree that the Saudi monarchy sees this UK government as a soft touch, as people that it can ignore because ministers do not possess the backbone to stand up for British values and for human rights, and therefore the regime can go on to act with impunity and continue with its bloodshed?
Minister.
As I said on a number of different occasions, it's because of our relationship with Saudi Arabia that we are able to have very, very frank conversations about human rights. We were shocked by the execution at the weekend, and as I say, we do raise our concerns, and the ambassador has raised concerns with the Saudi National Security Advisor and their Vice Foreign Minister.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund a right and proper and fit-for-purpose owner of Newcastle United?
Minister.
So, the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund is a significant investor, having invested billions in the UK and other Western markets. It operates across a range of sectors. We welcome the purchase of Newcastle United and a sign that the UK remains a great place to invest.
How do you square that?
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our foreign policy, including our trade deals, must be underpinned by human rights and the rule of law. Would the Minister not agree that it is arguably the absence of this in our current foreign policy and our current international dealings which has led President Putin to feel that he can absolutely ignore all of this and do what he wants in Ukraine?
Minister.
So, let's be really clear. The international community in the UK have been absolutely clear throughout that the Russians' invasion of Ukraine was unprovoked, unjust and illegal. And we will do everything we can to limit Putin's ability to wage war. But on human rights, but let's be clear, we do call out human rights violations where we see them.
Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm puzzled as to why the Minister is so shifty about the existence of this Memorandum of Understanding on Judicial Cooperation.
Can I just say, I'm not... Honourable lady, just sit down a second. Shifty, I'm not a comfortable word for the House to use, especially when it's a straight accusation of the Minister. Whatever we might think, I think with your good language from your court days, I'm sure we can come up with a nice way.
Very happy to put it more politely, Mr. Speaker. I'm puzzled as to why the Minister is so evasive about the persistent questioning about the existence of this Memorandum of Understanding on Judicial Cooperation. If it doesn't exist, why doesn't she just say it doesn't exist? If it exists, why can't we see a copy? And why can't she tell us whether there's a human rights risk assessment and publish that?
Minister.
Well, I don't know how that being described as shifty, but Mr. Speaker. Anyway. Look, I've been really clear in terms of what we do as a UK government in terms of raising human rights with the Saudi authorities. They remain a human rights priority country, and as I say, ministers and the ambassador all raise these concerns about human rights.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it may be one thing for the morally bankrupt Premier League to accept money from Saudi Arabia, but for the UK government to turn around and say it welcomes its investment is another thing. Our frank talking to Saudi Arabia has amounted to nothing more than diplomatic finger-wagging and has created no change whatsoever in their attitudes. So can we expect, in response to this atrocity, any change at all in the relationship between the UK and Saudi Arabia?
Minister.
As I've said on a number of different occasions during this urgent question, the relationship with Saudi is of great importance, covering a range of national security and economic interests. But it's because of that relationship that we are able to have frank conversations about human rights.
Chair Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am wearing the colours of my football team, Newcastle United. And I think it's important to say that in utterly condemning this atrocious, horrific massacre, I speak for many, many of my constituents and Newcastle United fans. And does the Minister agree with me that whereas football fans have no control or influence over the ownership of their beloved clubs, and especially in a Premier League awash with dirty money, the UK government has both control and influence in who it trades with and who it engages with? And will she tell us what she is going to do with that control and influence? She said what she's not going to do. What is she going to do? And is she going to make it absolutely clear that sports washing is not an option?
Minister.
So, with regards to Newcastle United, we've never had a role at any point in the club's prospective takeover, and this has been a commercial matter for the Premier League.
Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is all incredibly depressing. In 2012, when I was Shadow Minister for International Human Rights, I remember trying to ask questions about David Cameron's visit to Saudi Arabia, and it was like something out of Yes Minister, the responses. I kept being told nothing was off the table, or a wide range of issues was discussed, and it went on and on and on. Never got an answer. And now we hear that 2 years ago he went camping with Lex Greensill and the Saudi Crown Prince, which I think says a lot for what probably was discussed then. But can I ask the Minister, if the Prime Minister does go to Saudi next week, and I hope he doesn't, will he raise the case of Abdullah al-Hawati that was mentioned by my colleague from Hammersmith? 14-year-old at the time of the crime, was sentenced to death last week.
Minister.
I'm trying to think of another way to kind of suggest that I will not be speculating in terms of the Prime Minister's travel plans this week, next week or next month.
Peter Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the Minister's protestations, nobody in this chamber believes that we would see the same weak response from this government if these murders had taken place in Iran, for example. Isn't it the case that because Saudi Arabia is Britain's single biggest weapons customer, because Britain is Saudi Arabia's single second biggest arms supplier, isn't it simply the case that whether it's weapons for murderers in Saudi Arabia or peerages for Russian oligarchs in London, for this Tory government, money talks louder than human rights ever will?
Minister.
I've been pretty clear that the government was shocked by the execution of these 81 individuals at the weekend. I've also been clear that the UK opposes the death penalty in all countries under all circumstances as a matter of principle, and Saudi Arabia is well aware of the UK's opposition to use the death penalty.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Saudi authorities have said that these executions were carried out in compliance with Saudi law. So given that we know that the Saudi justice system falls far short of international standards, including obtaining confessions through torture and the use of the Special Criminal Court for the prosecution of human rights defenders and political activists, what recent discussions has the government actually had with the Saudi authorities about the failings of the Saudi justice system and the cases of those in jail for trying to exercise their fundamental human rights?
Yeah. So, as I say, we regularly raise concerns about human rights, but specifically Lord Ahmed, the Minister responsible for human rights, raised them during his visit to Saudi Arabia earlier in February.
Mike Kane.
Pope Francis recently said, Mr. Speaker, that the death penalty is an attack on the inviolability and dignity of the human person, inadmissible in all cases. Following on from the member for Beckenham, there are 1.7 million Catholics who live in Saudi Arabia, 8% of the population. King Salman has already got cordial relationships with the Church, and the Crown Prince recently visited the Archbishop of Canterbury to talk about inter-religious dialogue. What pressure can we put on civil society groups to explain to the royal family there that many of their constituents, many of their people do not believe in the death penalty, and give them an understanding as to why we don't believe in it?
Minister.
And I think the UK government and partners do kind of raise human rights issues and also our opposition to the death penalty. As I've said, the UK strongly opposes the death penalty. Saudi Arabia remains on the human rights priority country, and that is in part because of the use of the death penalty, but also restrictions on of women's rights, freedom of expression, and also freedom of religion and belief.
Alan Dorrans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister for Defence Procurement was in Riyadh at the World Defence Show, actively promoting the UK arms export to the Saudi regime. Does the Minister agree that in light of the weekend's mass executions, the UK government should seize all arms trades with a regime that shows no sign of respecting human rights?
So regarding arms exports, as I said in an earlier answer, we do have very strong criteria by which we examine every application, and we will not grant an export licence if it's inconsistent with the strategic export licensing criteria, including in respect to human rights and international humanitarian law.
Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has said many times now the government makes representations and has frank discussions. Can she point to a single example of any impact or effect of those representations?
Minister.
So if I just take one example, in terms of this weekend, let's be really clear. The UK ambassador has already raised our UK's strong concerns with the Saudi National Security Advisor and their Vice Foreign Minister. But we do raise our concerns with the Saudi authorities, and Lord Ahmed raised human rights concerns during his visit last month.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To what extent does the Minister personally think it is appropriate to continue to sell arms to the brutal Saudi regime, which has no regard for human rights of even their own people, publicly crucifying men after beheading them for homosexuality and stoning to death any woman deemed to have committed adultery?
I think I've answered the question in relation to arms exports on a number of occasions, so I refer back to previous answers.
Margaret Farage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The European Saudi Organisation for Human Rights said that in the cases it had been able to document, the charges involved not a drop of blood, even under Saudi rules used to establish criteria justifying executions. Opacity in the Saudi judicial system and witness intimidation lend further secrecy to the nature of the charges against the executed, many of whom are believed to have been Shias. What material steps, not conversations, material steps are the government taking to show Saudi Arabia that they will not tolerate these barbaric abuses?
As I said, we were shocked by the executions, and we have raised our concerns, and through our ministerial and diplomatic channels we will seek further clarification on the details of these cases.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her reply, declare an interest as Chair of the APPG of freedom of religious belief and express concern over the restrictions in religious beliefs in Saudi Arabia. These executions are deplorable and shock the people of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Has the Minister made any representations to their Saudi counterparts to review the rationale behind this mass execution and whether we can apply any diplomatic pressure to urge a consideration of executions carried out in this way, and which appear to be a spectacle rather than the murderous, sombre, sober and shocking event that it truly is?
Minister.
I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman for his question, and I know how passionately he campaigns on all matters of freedom of religion or belief. As I've said, the UK ambassador has already raised our strong concerns, about the executions at the weekend, and through ministerial and diplomatic channels we will seek further clarification on the details of these cases.
We now come to the statement on the update of Ukrainian sponsorship scheme. I call the Secretary of State, Michael Gove.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to make a statement on our government's response to help those fleeing the conflict in Ukraine. This government, this House, indeed everyone in the United Kingdom, continues to be in awe of the bravery of the people of Ukraine. They're victims of savage, indiscriminate, unprovoked aggression. Their courage under fire and their determination to resist inspires our total admiration. The United Kingdom stands with the Ukrainian people. My right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, has been in the vanguard of those providing military assistance. The Foreign Secretary has been coordinating diplomatic support and, with the Chancellor and the Business Secretary, implementing a new, tougher-than-ever sanctions regime. The Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office and the Home Office have also been providing humanitarian support on the ground to Ukraine's neighbours, helping them to cope with the displacement of hundreds of thousands of people. But more can and must be done. To that end, my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, has already expanded the family route. She has also confirmed that from tomorrow, Ukrainians with passports will be able to apply for UK visas entirely online, without having to visit visa application centres. As a result, the number of Ukrainians now arriving in this country is rapidly increasing, and numbers will grow even faster from tomorrow. We also know, however, that the unfailingly compassionate British public want to help further, which is why, Mr. Speaker, today we are answering that call with the announcement of a new sponsorship scheme, Homes for Ukraine. I'd like to thank my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, officials in the Home Office, in my own department and across government for their work over the course of the last days and weeks in order to ensure that we can stand up the scheme as quickly as possible. And in particular, I would like to thank my honourable friend, Richard Harrington, now Lord Harrington of Watford. His experience in ensuring that the Syrian refugee resettlement programme was a success will prove invaluable in making sure that we do right by the people of Ukraine. The scheme that he has helped us to design draws on the enormous goodwill and generosity of the British public and our proud history of supporting the vulnerable in their hour of greatest need. The scheme will allow Ukrainians with no family ties to the UK to be sponsored by individuals or organisations who can offer them a home. There will be no limit to the number of Ukrainians who can benefit from this scheme. The scheme will be open to all Ukrainian nationals and residents. They will be able to live and work in the United Kingdom for up to 3 years. They will have full and unrestricted access to benefits, healthcare, employment and other support. Sponsors in the UK can be of any nationality with any immigration status, provided they have at least 6 months leave to remain within the UK. Sponsors will have to provide accommodation for a minimum of 6 months, and in recognition of their generosity, the government will provide a monthly payment of £350 to sponsors for each family whom they look after. These payments will be tax-free, they will not affect benefit entitlement nor council tax status. Ukrainians arriving in the United Kingdom will also have access to the full range of public services, doctors, schools and full local authority support. Of course, we want to minimise bureaucracy and make the process as straightforward as possible, while also doing everything we can to ensure the safety of all involved. Sponsors will therefore be required to undergo necessary vetting checks, and we're also streamlining processes to security assess the status of all Ukrainians who will be arriving in the United Kingdom. From today, anyone who wishes to record their interest in sponsorship can do so on gov.uk, and the webpage has gone live as I speak. We will then send any individual who registers further information setting out the next steps in this process. We'll outline what is required of a sponsor, and we will set out how sponsors can identify a named Ukrainian individual or family who can then take up each sponsorship offer. Because we want the scheme to be up and running as soon as possible, Homes for Ukraine will initially facilitate sponsorship between people with known connections, but we will rapidly expand the scheme in a phased way with charities, churches and community groups to ensure that many more prospective sponsors can be matched with Ukrainians who need help. And we are, of course, also working closely with the devolved administrations to make sure that their kind offers of help are also mobilised. I know that all concerned want to play their part in supporting Ukrainians who've been through so much to ensure they feel at home in the United Kingdom, and I'm committed to working with everyone of goodwill to achieve this. Mr. Speaker, our country has a long and proud history of supporting the most vulnerable during their darkest hours. We took in refugees fleeing Hitler's Germany, those fleeing repression in Idi Amin's Uganda, and of course those who fled the atrocities of the Balkan Wars. More recently, we've offered support to those fleeing persecution in Syria, Afghanistan and Hong Kong, and we're doing so again with Homes for Ukraine. We're a proud democracy. All of us in this House wish to see us defend and uphold our values, and to stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies, and to offer a safe haven to people who have been forced to flee war and persecution. The British people have already opened their hearts in so many ways, and are hopeful that many will also be ready to open their homes and to help those fleeing persecution find peace, healing and the prospect of a brighter future. And that is why I commend this statement to the House.
We now come to Shadow Secretary of State, Lisa Nandy.
Mr. Speaker, we were so relieved to hear the Secretary of State was going to announce a scheme to allow Ukrainian refugees a route to safety after weeks of delay. But a press release is not a plan. And we are really deeply concerned about the lack of urgency. He went on TV yesterday to claim that Ukrainians could be here by Sunday, but he's just told us that they will still need a visa under the current application process. These are 50-page forms that have to be completed online, asking people who have fled with nothing to find an internet cafe to upload documents they don't have, water bills, mortgage documents to prove who they are. The Home Office has been incredibly slow in issuing these visas. As of this morning, only 4,000 have been issued. We are lagging way behind the generosity of other countries. We could simplify this process today. We could keep essential checks, but drop the excessive bureaucracy. He knows it. Why hasn't it been done? For weeks, the British people have been coming forward in large numbers to offer help. It's been moving, heartwarming to see the decency and spirit on display in every corner of this country. But can he clarify what exactly the government will be doing, especially in relation to matching families to sponsors? Because on his tour of the TV studios, he suggested several times that people who are willing to sponsor a Ukrainian family need to come to the government with the name of that family, who will then rubber stamp it. He can't seriously be asking Ukrainian families who are fleeing Vladimir Putin, who've left their homes with nothing, to get onto Instagram and advertise themselves in the hope that a British family might notice them. Is this genuinely the extent of this scheme? Surely there's a role for the Secretary of State in matching Ukrainian families to their sponsors, not just a DIY asylum scheme where all he does is take the credit. Can he please clarify what the government's role is going to be? There's been a lack of urgency to get people here, and there's still a lack of urgency to ensure we support them when they do. My honourable friend and I spoke with council leaders earlier today. They stand ready and willing to help. Why hasn't anyone from his department picked the phone up to them? I spoke to charities last week who he will ask to act as sponsors. They are acutely aware that the people who are coming will be quite unlike previous refugees. 2 million people are on the march, children alone, mums with very young kids, older people. The brutal reality of what's happening in Ukraine is that working-age people have stayed behind to fight. Now, they will have healthcare needs. They'll need school places, maternity care, social care. One council leader told me today that his city, which traditionally plays a major role in welcoming refugees, has only 9 secondary school places available. Has it not occurred to him until this point to pick up the phone to leaders like him before he went into the TV studios and promised the earth? These charities and council leaders are the same people who stepped up during COVID. They spin gold out of thread every single day, and what is keeping them awake at night right now is how we do right by people and keep them safe. It was only a few months ago that the Home Office placed a child into a hotel in Sheffield that they had been told was unsafe, without even bothering to tell the council, and he fell out of a window and died. Will he ensure that every council is contacted by close of play today? Will he work with them to do the vetting checks that are needed? They're experts in safeguarding children. Will he not just trust them, but support them? Will he put a safety net in place in case a placement breaks down? His department over the weekend confirmed that families who are left homeless in that situation will not be able to claim for housing costs under universal credit. Surely that can't be true. Surely we are not going to ask people who fled bombs and bullets to lie homeless on the streets of Britain. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, he has felt as ashamed as I have to watch how this government has closed the door to people who need our help. People have been, he shakes his head, people have been turned back at Calais. They've been left freezing by the roadside with their children. We've had planes leaving neighbouring NATO countries packed to the rafters, except those to London, because this government has turned people away. The British people who've come forward have shown that we are a far better country than their government. But unless he gets a plan together, a real plan, not just a press release, all he is effectively announcing is plans to fail the people of Ukraine twice over. He said today that they have our total admiration, and they do. But they need more than that. They need our total support.
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her questions and what I think was her support for our scheme. The Honourable Lady asked about the visa application process and the length and the bureaucracy associated with it. Well, as was announced last week in the House of Commons by the Home Secretary, and as I repeated today, it is the case that for Ukrainians who have a valid passport, it will be the case that they can be, have their application turned round within 24 hours, not in the way to which you referred. That was announced last week. It is time that instead of manufacturing synthetic outrage, she actually kept up with what government, and my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, is delivering. She asked about matching. She's already had a go. She asked about matching families and sponsors. We are moving as quickly as possible in order to ensure, working with NGOs and local government, that individuals in need can be found, the families and the sponsors whom they need, in order to get people into this country as quickly as possible. I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for speaking to people in local government this morning. I was speaking to people in local government 10 days ago in order to ensure that this scheme was capable of being delivered. She asks why it is that we are requiring matching in the way that we are. It's because our scheme has been developed in partnership with non-governmental organisations who have welcomed our approach. We've been doing the practical work of ensuring that refugee organisations on the ground can help to shape our response in order to help those most in need. Now, I know that the Honourable Lady wants to help. I believe that everyone in this House wants to ensure that the scheme is successful. So she makes a number of valid points about the need for school places. That is why there is additional funding available to every local authority that will take refugees in order to ensure that school places are provided. She asks about wraparound care. We're providing additional funding to local government in order to ensure that the expertise required in order to provide those who've been traumatised with the support they need will also be there. She asks about the rapidity with which vetting checks, but also the comprehensive nature of those vetting checks, can be guaranteed. We've been working with the Home Office in order to streamline that process so it is quickly as possible, but also to ensure, as she quite rightly pointed out, that we do not place vulnerable children in accommodation where they might be at risk. In all of these cases, every single one of the points that she has made has been addressed by officials, NGOs and those in local government in order to make sure that our scheme works. It now falls to the Honourable Lady, her questions having been answered, to get behind this scheme, to support those open-hearted British people who want to ensure that we can do everything possible in order to help those in need. It is time to rise above partisan politics and to recognise that this is a united effort in which our colleagues in devolved administrations and those in NGOs are working with the government to put humanity first.
Sir Roger Gale.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend has generated a great deal of progress in the last few days, but he'll understand that we still have a very long way to go. I don't want to bore the House or you, Mr. Speaker, with the experiences that I had in France last weekend, but I learnt a lot from them. I'd be very grateful because we need a meet and greet system, and there are other things that we need to put in place very quickly indeed if this is going to work. So would my right honourable friend or Lord Harrington meet with me either today or tomorrow to make sure that we can avoid some of the elephant traps that face us if we don't get this right?
Yes, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend who, over the course of the last 10 days, has been in touch with me daily in order to outline offers of help from his constituents and others. A model constituency MP and a humanitarian, and Lord Harrington will meet my honourable friend tomorrow in order to make sure that we can operationalise those offers of help.
We come to SNP spokesperson Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I start also by thanking people across the UK who have come forward with incredibly generous offers of accommodation and support for Ukrainians. And of course, we will do whatever we can to support this initiative. But we do very much regret that it is only phase 1 today. Things are still not going fast enough. And we will also continue to argue that the best response available to the government is to stop asking Ukrainians to apply for visas altogether. On that point, why are people accepted onto this scheme still going to have to apply for a visa as well? Yes, of course, some of these people may be able to apply online, but an online process is not necessarily a fast process either. On sponsorship, we welcome that people with limited leave to remain will now be able to be sponsors, but when does he anticipate that charities, churches and community groups can also play their part? He explained a little bit about the vetting processes, but how will sponsors be supported to undertake their role? And that's not just a question of cash. And what happens if a sponsorship does not work out? What move-on support will be available? On financial support, Mr. Speaker, will the £350 per month be available to sponsors such as community groups as well as to individuals? Does access to public funds mean full access, including the housing element of universal credit? And is there £10,000 local authority support per person, as was reported in the press? And what about the most vulnerable people, the orphans, the very elderly and the others who will never know about this scheme's existence, never mind how to apply? Can, for example, UNHCR refer someone onto this scheme or for resettlement? And what support would be provided in those circumstances? And finally, Mr. Speaker, what discussions has he had with the Scottish and Welsh governments about their request to operate as super sponsors, and will he endeavour to make that work?
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for his questions, and I thank him for his support for the scheme. He makes the point about making sure that we can speed up all of the security and visa checks as quickly as possible. Well, as I mentioned earlier, my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, has already acted in that regard. It is the case that from tomorrow, anyone with a Ukrainian passport will be able to apply online and should, thanks to a surge in the number of caseworkers in the Home Office, be able to have permission very quickly granted, turned round, a PDF will be sent straight to them. They can then fly into this country to a warm welcome. And it is the case as a result of that, that in our visa application centres, the surge of staff there will be able to deal with those individuals who, for whatever reason, do not have a passport or the capacity to secure one quickly, and that means that we can more quickly process the number of Ukrainians who wish to come here. As was pointed out earlier, 4,000 visas have been granted. The numbers are due to surge during the course of this week. He makes the point that charities, churches and community groups have all stepped up. We want to ensure that we are working with all of them during the course of this week in order to facilitate their role, not just in matching individual sponsors and Ukrainians who might benefit, but also extending the reach of support that we give. So it's not just a roof over someone's head, it is also the valuable interpersonal support of which so many are capable. And I had the opportunity when I was chatting to faith groups earlier today to talk not just to representatives of the Ukrainian churches, but also the Church of England, the Church of Scotland, and the Roman Catholic Church, including the Roman Catholic bishops in Scotland, all of whom are anxious to ensure that we do everything that we can to help. We will ensure that for those individuals who, for whatever reason, may find that a sponsorship solution doesn't work for them, that the local government partners with whom we're working and the charity partners with whom we're working receive the resource they require. The £350 is there for individuals, but charities and community groups will have a vital role to play in helping to marshal individual offers. He makes the point about those unaccompanied minors, orphans and others who need our support. We're working with those on the ground in order to ensure that we can have the right solution for them. And he finally asked about working with the devolved administrations. I was grateful to the First Ministers of Scotland and Wales for their generous offer to act as super sponsors, and we're doing everything we can in order to facilitate that. And my officials are working with those in the Scottish and the Welsh Government in order to ensure that we can do so in a way that enables everyone to live up to their responsibilities.
Caroline Noakes.
Speaker, I really welcome my right honourable friend's statement, and he's answered many of the questions that arose over the weekend. But can I specifically press him on when he expects phase 2 to start and what work is already going on with NGOs? They make the point that they have many people who are already DBS checked, But the volunteers coming forward from my constituency tend not to be. We know that there are already backlogs in DBS checking, so can he assure me that that will be speeded up? And a very practical question, what about somebody who is planning to move home over the course of the next 6 months? Will they still be able to take part, even if their address changes?
Three very good points. We're working this week with civil society and NGOs. Indeed, I and Lord Harrington met them in order to ensure that we can expedite phase 2 as quickly as possible, and we'll update the House in real time over the next few days. On the second point about safeguarding, we're working with the Home Office. We don't believe we need to have full DBS checks in order to make sure that someone is an appropriate sponsor. It will often be the case that very light touch criminal checks will be sufficient, and then local authorities can be supported in order to make sure that people are safe, in line with the questions from the opposition, points that she made much more sharply, of course. And then, if people are moving house, something, of course, which I've had to do recently, then we will do everything possible in order to facilitate their support.
Chair of the Select Committee, Clive Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Say to the Secretary of State, I think in principle there will be general support for a scheme that allows individuals to welcome refugees into their home. I think in principle that is certainly accepted. In terms of some details, he accepted there would be cost to local authorities, who will be key to making this work. I'm sure he accepts that. Has he agreed with the LGA, and I declare my interest as the Vice President of the LGA, the costs that they're going to get to cover education and other wraparound support services? Will those costs apply to people who come over on the community sponsorship scheme and on the family scheme as well? And what about individuals who come here as family members, but the family can't actually accommodate them in their homes because of the size of the refugees who are coming over, the number involved? What we're going to do to accommodate those people? How is that accommodation going to be provided? What's the plan for that as well?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Chairman of the Select Committee for his questions. It is the case that the amount of money that we're giving to local government is based on the Afghan resettlement scheme. So the amount of money that will be given to local authorities for the early years, for primary and for secondary education matches exactly. And indeed the overall local authority tariff, I hate to use the word tariff when we're talking about human beings, but that will be exactly the same. So we're building on the arrangements that we had with the LGA, and I've been in touch with James Jemison, the leader of the LGA, as well as individual council leaders, to outline the level of support. Obviously, we keep things under review in order to make sure the local government has what it needs. The second point, of course, about people who come under the family scheme.
Gracias. Σας ακούω, παιδιά. Nico, posso togliere anche un tombero su quando trovi?
Давай, там есть, я принес.
Καλησπέρα σας όλοι και στην κυρία καλησπέρα σας. Ότι στη διάρκεια της σημερινής ημέρας θα κάνουμε στο σε κάθε είναι η αίσθηση την οποία αποκομίσαμε σε αυτές τις τρεις περιπτώσεις, τις εκρήξεις που είχαμε σε τρεις διαφορετικές περιπτώσεις από τα χαράματα μέχρι και τις μεσημερινές ώρες. Όπως είδατε και στο βίντεο, είχαμε τρεις πολύ δυνατές περιπτώσεις στις οποίες ακούστηκαν εκρήξεις. Η μία ήταν στο Όμπολο, είδατε αναλυτικά το βίντεο. Η δεύτερη εκεί στο πάρκο με το κατεστραμμένο τρόλι και η τρίτη στο εργοστάσιο Αντώνων. Ήταν και οι τρεις περιπτώσεις πάρα πολύ δυνατές εκρήξεις που ακούστηκαν σε όλες τις καθημερινές περιοχές του Κιέβ. Και όπως μας έλεγαν χαρακτηριστικά πολλοί από τους κατοίκους, κατάλαβαν, συνειδητοποίησαν ότι πλέον βρίσκονται στην πρώτη γραμμή όταν ακούς τέτοιες εκρήξεις και βλέπεις τέτοιες απίθανες καταστροφές δίπλα στο σπίτι σου, τότε αντιλαμβάνεσαι ότι δεν βρίσκεσαι περιχαρακωμένος και ασφαλής σε μια πρωτεύουσα, σε μια διεθνή μητρόπολη, αλλά βρίσκεσαι στην πρώτη γραμμή του πολέμου. Αυτό μας έλεγαν χαρακτηριστικά πολλοί από τους ανθρώπους, γιατί πραγματικά για χιλιάδες κατοίκους του Κιέβου ήταν η πρώτη φορά που είχαν την ευκαιρία, είχαν τη δυσάρεστη εμπειρία να ακούσουν τόσο δυνατές εκρήξεις, αλλά και να δουν στη γειτονιά τους, στο διπλανό σπίτι, στην παραδιπλανή γειτονιά, πραγματικά να υπάρχουν τέτοια καταστροφή, τέτοιος πόνος και τέτοιος θάνατος από τις εκρήξεις αυτές. Τώρα, σε ό,τι αφορά την πρώτη περίπτωση, για το όμπολο, για το συγκρότημα των περιοχών, έχουμε την προβλήματα της πόλης, αλλά και την επίσημη ukrainική κυβέρνηση να καταγγέλνει τη στάση του Ρώσου. Κατά την άποψη του κατηγορητικού του γωνία, αυτό το οποίο συνέβη σήμερα στο Κίεβο ήταν ότι επειδή ακριβώς ο Ρωσικός στρατός δεν μπορεί να σπάσει τον πλοιό γύρω από την πρωτεύουσα και δεν μπορεί να μπει στρατιωτικά μέσα, αποφάσισε να τιμωρήσει γι' αυτό τους κατοίκους του Κίεβου. Αυτή είναι η ουκρανική πλευρά. Σε ό,τι αφορά τη δεύτερη περίπτωση, έχουμε τους Ουκρανούς να λένε με πολύ μεγάλη περηφάνεια ότι αναχέτησαν έναν πύραυλο, τα κομμάτια του οποίου προκάλεσαν μια μεγάλη καταστροφή, ωστόσο δεν έφτασε ποτέ στο στόχο του για να αποκλείσει, και αυτό είναι κάτι το οποίο τους ικανοποιεί πλήρως, ενώ για την τρίτη περίπτωση έχουμε περάσει στάση των σκαφών πρέπει να σας πω ότι υπάρχουν αναφορές για καταστροφές σε ένα τμήμα του εργοστασίου, χωρίς όμως να υπάρχει η πρόσβαση στους δημοσιογράφους εκεί για να καταγράψουμε ακριβώς το τι έχει συμβεί. Δύο σημαντικότατα ζητήματα. Ακριβώς. Τώρα, από τα ζητήματα τα οποία επιθυμεί η Ουκρανική πλευρά να εγείρει στη διάρκεια της σημερινής ημέρας, τις τελευταίες 2 ώρες, έχουμε το εξής. Πρώτον, εκφράζεται ικανοποίηση για την λειτουργία των ανθρωπιστικών διαδρόμων. Η Ουκρανική πλευρά θεωρεί ότι σήμερα έγινε κάτι εξαιρετικά σημαντικό σε πολλές περιοχές και εύχονται αυτή η κατάσταση να επαναληφθεί για τις επόμενες ημέρες, γιατί μόνο έτσι θα μπορούν να διασωθούν οι άμαχοι. Υπάρχει λοιπόν ικανοποίηση, γιατί σήμερα πραγματικά δούλεψε. Το δεύτερο κομμάτι έχει να κάνει με την παρουσία του Καντήροφ. Ο Υπουργός Άμυνας, σε δηλώσεις που μας έκανε το μεσημέρι, ισχυρίστηκε ότι ο Καντήροφ, αυτός ο διαβόητος Τσετσένος πολέμαρχος, βρίσκεται στην Ουκρανία με έναν σκοπό: να κυριεύσει ένα ορφανοτροφείο και στη συνέχεια, κρατώντας ομήρους τα παιδιά, να πιέσει την Ουκρανική κυβέρνηση να υποχωρήσει. Αυτό μας είπε ο Υπουργός Άμυνας. Ενώ το τρίτο κομμάτι που είναι δικαστικό αφορά τις συνθήκες κάτω από τις οποίες έπεσε εκτός ο Αμερικανός δημοσιογράφος, ο Brett, ο 51 ετών Αμερικανός δημοσιογράφος, ο οποίος έχασε τη ζωή του. Σύμφωνα λοιπόν με τα στοιχεία τα οποία συνέλεξε και παρουσίασε η Ουκρανική κυβέρνηση επίσημα στη συνέντευξη τύπου, ο Brett δολοφονήθηκε από 2 Ρώσους στρατιώτες στην παλιά, στην ξύλινη γέφυρα του Ιρπή. Εκεί, σύμφωνα με την Ουκρανική κυβέρνηση, βρέθηκε για να φωτογραφίσει ένα συγκρότημα κατοικιών, το οποίο είχε σβηθεί από πυράβλους και είχε καταστραφεί ολοσχερός. Και για τον λόγο αυτό, επειδή βρέθηκε σε εκείνο το σημείο, γι' αυτό. Να κλείσω μόνο ένα δευτερόλεπτο πόδι, μόνο πόδι, να κλείσω με μια αίτηση της τελευταίας στιγμής. Πριν από περίπου 5 λεπτά ακούσαμε μια πολύ δυνατή έκρηξη εδώ στο Κίεβο και σύμφωνα με δημοσιεύματα τα οποία αναφέρθηκαν πριν από λίγα δευτερόλεπτα, έχει πληθεί ένα εμπορικό κέντρο. Αυτό ξέρουμε μέχρι την ώρα. Θα το ξεκάνουμε και μέσα στα επόμενα λεπτά θα έχουμε κάτι περισσότερο να μεταδώσουμε.
Киева на Кубани. Фу, сука, блядь. Тварь, блядь. Фу, сука, дракон, блядь. Можно я ему факты покажу Путину? Можно? Не нахуй. Ой, сука, сука, дома. Тварь ёбаная. С ним много отстрела. Фу, блядь. Дякую. Вибачайте, хлопці, дякую, що були. να σε βγες έξω πάνε που φτάσει. That's good.
έγινε και επίθεση σε ένα εμπορικό κέντρο που είναι ανάμεσα, που είναι Κίεβου, που είναι ανάμεσα στο γνωστό και το Κίεβο. Έχετε ένα πυράβλο. Θα αποδείξει. Συνεχτό. Από την Παπάνα δεν είναι το Κίεβο. Leave the car. Actually, that we sent the distance to this military background but in Ukraine when they didn't deploy to there and the missiles go down and Let's come down. That was all up there. back. The second. Ήδη ο Αφρικανικός είναι τραγικός σε νέα νεκρή τη συγκεκριμένη επίθεση, η οποία σύμφωνα με πληροφορίες από τις Ουκρανικές αρχές υπάρχει πάρα πολύ μεγάλος φόβος ότι ο κατάλογος των ομάδων είναι πάρα πολύ πιθανό να ανέβει. Υπάρχουν νέα τραυματίες αρκετά σοβαρά από αυτή την αεροπορική επίθεση του πυράβλους, ενώ κάτω από τα συντρίμμια υπάρχουν πληροφορίες δράνια ότι υπάρχουν εγκλωβισμένα άτομα. Βρίσκονται στο σημείο τα σωστικά συντηρία και προσπαθούν να βρουν εάν θα βρουν ανθρώπους οι οποίοι έχουν επιτύχει από αυτό το χτύπημα σε ραδιοτηλεοπτικό σταθμό κοντά περίπου βορειοδυτικά του Κιέβ. Βέβαια δεν είναι η μόνη επίθεση, πριν από ελάχιστα λεπτά ενημερωθήκε. Και είναι περίπου σε μια απόσταση 300 χιλιόμετρων. Να καταλάβουμε ανάμεσα στο Λβίβ και στο Κίεβο, 300 χιλιόμετρα βορειοδυτικά της πρωτεύουσας του Κιέβου, το συγκεκριμένο χτύπημα, αλλά αυτό δείχνει γενικότερα την επιλογή των ρωσικών δυνάμεων να χτυπήσουν σε όλη την Ουκρανία και όχι μόνο στο Κίεβο. Ωστόσο, το δεύτερο τύπο που θα σου πω τώρα έγινε πριν από λίγα λεπτά σε εμπορικό κέντρο. Ευτυχώς δεν είχαμε άμαχο. Σημειώθηκε ανάμεσα στο Κοστόμιλ και στο Κίεβο, σε ένα εμπορικό κέντρο που έπεσε μάλιστα το κλίμα. Υπάρχει και συγκεκριμένο βίντεο το οποίο κυκλοφορεί εδώ και μερικά λεπτά στα social media. Είναι το τέταρτο χτύπημα λοιπόν που σημειώθηκε σήμερα στην πρωτεύουσα της Ουκρανίας από τις ρωσικές ένοπλες δυνάμεις που πλέον έχουν εισβάλει και έχουν αρχίσει να χτυπούν και μέσα στο Κίεβο. Θεωρούν όλοι οι Ουκρανοί ότι βρίσκονται αυτοί μέσα στο Κίεβο ότι αυτά τα χτυπήματα δεν έχουν άλλο στόχο, πέρα βέβαια από το να σκοπίσουν το θάνατο και να τρομοκρατήσουν τους Ουκρανούς οι οποίοι έχουν παραμείνει στο Κίεβο και δεν το έχουν εγκαταλείψει και δεν από το πρώτο Κίεβο. Συνήθως θεωρούν ότι είναι πέρα από το θέση του δεν το ξεκαθαρίζουν με κάθε τρόπο ότι θα παραμείνουν στο Κίεβο, είναι έτοιμοι να το υπερασπιστούν. Στο Κίεβο συνεχίζονται συνεχώς τα αμυντικά έργα μέσα στην πόλη. Έχουμε δει τοποθετούνται μάχες σε αρκετά κεντρικά σημεία. Υπάρχουν ακόμη και μεγάλα κανόνια του πυροβολικού τα οποία τοποθετούνται σε σημεία ελέγχου στρατηγικής σημασίας για την πόλη του Κιέβου. Όλοι ετοιμάζονται, ενώ υπάρχει βέβαια είναι συνεχώς σε επιφυλακή και η αεροπορική άμυνα της πρωτεύουσας, η οποία και πριν από λίγο πριν βγούμε στο Λεκείο, είχε σαν πάλι ξανά οι σιρήνες εδώ που προειδοποιούσαν για μια τέτοια επίθεση με πυράβλους. Και ήταν ο εκπρόσωπος τύπου του Ουκρανικού Υπουργείου Άμυνας που έδωσε μια συνολική εικόνα σχετικά με την εισβολή της Ρωσίας στην Ουκρανία. Αυτό που τόνισε και αυτό που βγαίνει από την απάντησή του είναι ότι η Ουκρανία αυτόν τον πόλεμο θα το κερδίσει, δεν θα το χάσει. Το θέμα είναι πότε θα κερδίσει και δυστυχώς πόσες ουκρανικές ζωές θα έχουν φύγει για να υπερασπιστούν την πατρίδα τους σε αυτή τη δοσική εισβολή. Relax for a half a minute against windows. Shooting. Are you sure? I don't care because it... Να σας πω. Να σας πω θέλω να σου πω ότι υπάρχουν, άκουσα κάποιες ακούστε κάποιοι πυροβολισμοί στην ευρύτερη περιοχή με διαστικά δεν ξέρω αν είναι η οποία αρκετά μακριά να τους ακούσουμε. Σε λίγη ώρα να υπενθυμίσουμε και έχουμε την μεταφόρηση της κυκλοφορίας. Ακούστε πληροφορίες σχετικά κοντινή απόσταση από το φυσικό μας και να δούμε αν θα υπάρχει κάποια μεγαλύτερη κυκλοφορία τώρα από τις αρχές και εάν θα μπορέσουμε να έχουμε κάποια απάντηση σχετικά με το πλήρες.
Dobrý večer, množstvo. Dobrý večer. Dobrý večer, já vás potřebuji.
Benim kanaatim, benim düşüncem, evet zaten konuşmamın en başında söyledim. 19 günlük bu savaş süresince en kanlı günlerden biriyle en çok şehir merkezine bombardımanlar yaşandı. Hatta dünkü yayında, bundan önceki yayınlarda 4-5 gündür şehir merkezinde herhangi bir saldırı olmuyor, herhangi bir patlama söz konusu değil, herhangi bir sivil yerleşim yerleri hedef alınmıyor. Ama bugün işin rengi biraz daha değişti. Bir ek olarak da şunu söyleyeyim, apartmanlarda yaşayan, yani sivillerin bulunduğu apartmanlarda yağmacılara ya da hırsızlara karşı korunmak amacıyla sivil direnişçiler de görev yapıyor. Buna hastaneler de dahil, buna metro istasyonları da dahil. Yani bir hastane hedef alınıyorsa Rusya tarafından, o hastanenin içerisinde en az 4-5 tane sivil direnişçi var. Yani Rusya o sivil direnişçileri hedef aldığını söyleyebilir. Ya da bir apartman hedef alınıyorsa o apartman önünde bekleyen ya da içerisinde nöbet tutan sivil direnişçiler var ve o sivil direnişçileri hedef aldığını söyleyebilir. Yani iki tarafta bir noktada haklı gibi bir durum söz konusu. Ukrayna tarafı diyor ki siviller hedef alındı. Rusya da diyor ki hayır orada işte direnişçiler vardı. Direnişçiler de vardı orada sivilleri korumak amacıyla. Siviller de vardı. Yani iki tarafta haklı. Burada biraz sivil direnişçilerin ya da elit silah tutan sivillerin pozisyonu biraz karışık, net değil yani. Bombardımanların çokluğundan bahsediyor. Diğer şehir merkezlerinde bu kadar çok bomba düşmemişti yani. Yoksa televizyon kulesinde düşen saldırıda da 5 kişi. Evet. O televizyon kulesi vurulduğunda 5 kişi yaşamını yitirmişti. Evet. Bir de yaralı sayısı oldukça fazla. Yani ölü sayısının en fazla olduğu gün televizyon kulesinin vurulduğu gündü. Orada 5 kişi hayatını kaybetmişti.
καθώς από ό,τι φαίνεται σύμφωνα με τα τελευταία δημοσιεύματα το χτύπημα στο εμπορικό κέντρο δεν είναι αρκετά σοβαρό, δεν υπάρχουν ακόμα τέτοια θύματα. Ωστόσο, οι φωτογραφίες και τα βίντεο τα οποία κυκλοφορούν στα μέσα της εκδήλωσης τα τελευταία 30 λεπτά δείχνουν ότι να ήταν ισχυρότατοι. Υπάρχουν αναφορές και αυτό που μας κάνει εντύπωση και αυτό είναι της τελευταίας στιγμής. Υπάρχουν αναφορές ότι σήμερα έχει τραυματιστεί ακόμα ένας ξένος δημοσιογράφος. Δεν υπάρχουν περισσότερες αναφορές. Το μόνο το οποίο υπάρχει είναι ότι ο Γενικός Εισαγγελέας του Κιέβου έκανε μια ανάρτηση ο ίδιος στην προσωπική του ιστοσελίδα μέσα κοινωνικής δικτύωσης και έγραψε ότι δυστυχώς το κακό συνεχίζεται. Έχουμε ακόμα έναν ξένο δημοσιογράφο τραυματία σήμερα. Μετά το κάνουμε και το Αμερικανό. Δεν υπάρχει άλλη ενημέρωση.
Kadın direnişçiler de var. O cinsiyetini sormadık ama 2 kişiydi. 2 kişi olduğu söylendi. 16'da yaralı var. Aralarında çocuklar da var. Yaralılar içerisinde.
Επίσης να πω ότι πριν από λίγα λεπτά ακούσαμε πυροβολισμούς εδώ στο χώρο της κεντρικής πλατείας της Ανεξαρτησίας. Υπάρχει πάρα πολύ στρατός. Δεν μπορούμε να ξέρουμε και δεν μπορούμε να εικάσουμε γιατί μπορεί να έγινε. Πάντως ακούστηκαν σίγουρα πυροβολισμοί από κοντινό σημείο. Είναι δυστυχώς υπάρχουν εκεί σημεία ελέγχου του κόσμου και υπάρχει και πάρα πολλοί κόσμος που περιβάλλουν μόνο αυτό, δεν είναι μόνο οικονομική επένδυση. Βέβαια, η κοινωνία του Κιέβου εδώ είναι παγωμένη και μέσα σε μια πολιτική επίπτωση είναι το πάρα πολύ. Αλλά αυτό το οποίο τολμώ να προσθέσω σε αυτό το κλίμα είναι ότι πραγματικά σήμερα με αυτές τις τρεις εκρήξεις, πολύ δυνατές εκρήξεις που είπαμε, από τα θαράματα μέχρι και το μεσημεράκι, πραγματικά νιώσαμε όλοι εδώ ότι ο πόλεμος βρίσκεται στη γειτονιά μας. Πραγματικά πάρα πολλοί κόσμος σήμερα είχε αυτή την φρικτή εμπειρία να ακούει τόσο δυνατές εκρήξεις μέσα στον αστικό ιστό και να βλέπει με τα μάτια του αυτές τις εικόνες με τις τεράστιες καταστροφές σε πολυκατοικίες, σε γήπεδα, σε δρόμους και πραγματικά ήταν ενδεχομένως η πρώτη μέρα από την έναρξη του πολέμου που είχαμε τόσα πολλά και τόσα δυνατά χτυπήματα τα οποία έγιναν αισθητά ακόμη και στο κέντρο του Κιέβ. Και όπως μας έλεγαν αρκετοί κάτι χαρακτηριστικά, σήμερα έχουμε αντιληφθεί ότι ο πόλεμος είναι στη γειτονιά μας. Πραγματικά είναι μια έκφραση που περιγράφει την ατμόσφαιρα, την παγωμένη ατμόσφαιρα που υπάρχει εδώ στο Κίεβο. Ακόμα και στις περιοχές που είναι καθαρά οικιστικές. Ακόμα και στα προάστια τα οποία δεν έχουν απολύτως καμία σχέση με τη συγκέντρωση στρατού, με αεροπορικές βάσεις ή με στρατιωτικές εγκαταστάσεις. Και πραγματικά είναι ένα εντελώς κρύο πράγμα αυτό να το συνειδητοποιείς ότι ανά πάσα στιγμή στο μέρος το οποίο βρίσκεσαι μπορεί είτε από λάθος, είτε από στόχευση, είτε από αεροπορικά πυρά τα οποία βρίσκουν τους στόχους τους να βρεθείς μπροστά σε μια έκρηξη η οποία μπορεί να καταστρέψει τα πάντα σε ακτίνα πολλών εκατοντάδων μέτρων κάτω.
Bugün 3 yer vuruldu. 2 noktada biri bina, direkt binaya hedef alındı. Biri havalimanıydı. Biri de o cadde üzerindeki bina. Orada 5 katlı binanın tamamen camı çerçevesi inmiş haldeydi. O tam bina değildi ama biraz daha böyle barikat noktası gibiydi. Araçların olduğu, o yeşil araç ve beyaz taksinin olduğu görüntü. İnsanların büyük bölümü sığınaklarda. İlk sorudan başlayalım. Sirenlerin hepsi geç çaldı. Yani erken uyarı sistemleri, o sirenler erken uyarı sistemleri gibidir. Vatandaşlar hani sığınaklara gidin mesajı veriyor. Bugün bombalar patladıktan sonra sirenler çalmaya başladı. Biraz geç kaldı. Yani sirenlerin çalması bombalar patladıktan sonra, iş işten geçtikten sonra oldu. İkinci soru, panik havası var mıydı? Özellikle yani gittiğimiz noktalarda yani bomba patlıyor, bombaya doğru gidiyoruz ve orada insanlar, bir meraklı insanlar var, iki bölgeden kaçan insanlar var, üç ne olduğunu anlamayan insanlar var yani. İki bölgede de bugün yerleşim yerlerine isabet eden noktalarda aynı manzarayı gördük ama tabii çok bir insan kalabalığı söz konusu değil. Yani toplasanız 50-100 kadar insan vardı çevrede. Daha çok polis ekipleri, güvenlik güçleri ve sivil direnişçilerin olduğu ya da o güvenlik koridorunu sağlayan ekip yer alıyor ama vatandaşların büyük bir bölümü zaten ya sığınaklarda, ya evlerini terk etmiş durumdalar, ya orada Kızılaş'ın çadırlarında o sorunu, o psikolojiyi, o korkuyu, üzerlerindeki paniği atmaya çalışıyorlar. Çok fazla insan olmaması ve binalarda insanların yaşamıyor olması, sığınaklarda yer alıyor olması olası can kayıplarında en aza indirmiş durumda. Yayına başlamadan önce çaldı. Yaklaşık 5 dakika önce, 20.30'da yayına başladı. 20.25'te siren çaldı. Yok, bu yakınlarımızda herhangi bir patlama sesi duymadık. Evet, sürekli aktif halde geçiyorlar. Yani her konuya ilişkin artık neredeyse açıklama yapıyorlar. Mesela sosyal medyada çok gündem olmuş o Kadirov Ukrayna'da mı değil mi konusuna bile açıklık getirdiler. Bugün Ukrayna Savunma Bakanlığı yetkilisi bir basın briefingi verdi, toplantı yaptı. Tam net olarak söylemedi Kadirov Ukrayna'da diye ama Ukrayna'da olduğunu tahmin ediyoruz dedi. Yani ilginç bir bilgiydi. Bir yetimhanede olduğunu biliyoruz dedi. Kadirov'un o çektiği video bir yetimhanede çekti dedi. Kadirov'un yetimhanede olmasının sebebi sansasyonel bir eylem hazırlığı içerisinde bir dedi ve bir yetimhanede çocukları esir alarak bize şantaj yapacak mesajı verdi. Sonrasında da o yetimhaneyi Allah'tan ki boşaltmışız tarzında bir açıklama yapmıştı. Ukrayna Savunma Bakanlığı yetkilisi o konuda yani sosyal medyada da yapılan açıklamalara yönelik açıklamalar yapıyorlar, bilgilendirici mesajlar yapıyorlar. En dikkat çekici örneği mesela o Kadirov açıklaması gibi düşünüyor.
Two items at the top, and then we'll proceed.
Говорить департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить Департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернутись до місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації. Увага! Говорить департамент з питань цивільного захисту Львівської обласної державної адміністрації. Громадяни, відбій повітряної тривоги. Усім вернути місць роботи або проживання. Допоможіть у цьому хворим та людям похилого віку. Будьте готові до можливого повторного нападу противника. Завжди майте з собою засоби індивідуального захисту. Уважно слухайте повідомлення Департаменту з питань цивільного захисту Львівської облдержадміністрації.